Test test. Whoa, I feel loud. Yo. Ignore the incessant squeaking. What's good, chat? Mm-hmm.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Himjam3 just subscribed. SDAB comfy.
Hello. Nix. Hey, 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 what are you doing? I don't know what she's doing. What's good, chat? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. That was Nick settling in. All right, I guess. Machi G, thank you for the gifted sub. Jim, thank you for the 9 months. A hype train has started. You have a nice drive. When was that? Earlier this week. I mean, you would know if you tuned into the streams, but now it was like the past 5 days. Long drive. Long drive. The last day, I was supposed to actually arrive. I still feel loud in my ears. I was supposed to actually arrive today, but I arrived yesterday. Wait, what's today's date? No, I was supposed to arrive yesterday, but I arrived the day before that, the 13th, because I skipped the last stop that I had, and I went straight through to the to Los Angeles. It was 12 hours, so I drove 4 hours. I stopped in where did I stop? I was in Albuquerque. I drove 4 hours. I stopped in Flagstaff. I then drove 4 more hours. I stopped at a rest stop, got like a Gatorade, got some gas, and then I drove the last 4 hours through. That's right, I did that much driving. After driving a couple of hours, I just want to quit. It wasn't actually that bad. It was the first time I've driven longer than 3 hours. And I drove 36 hours. You promised a Bucky stream? I did not promise a Bucky stream, but I saw Bucky's on the way. I skipped it though. Car streams got me thinking you went cross country or something. I did. I did go cross country. And I might be live on the car tomorrow. Cause as you know, it's TwitchCon. And so unfortunately you're gonna have to say goodbye to Nix. Nix! Give me a second. Hey Nixie, come here. Hey, come say hi. Hi. See? Okay, don't lick my microphone, please. Look at her. Welcome to Los Angeles. Welcome to Los Angeles, Nixie. Na, 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 na. He's letting Hasan babysit the dog. Don't let him use electric powers on her. I'll tell him not to. I come back, she's gonna have electric shocks. She's gonna be charred around the neck. Will Hasan watch her? Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll put you down. Move your leg. Move your. Okay. Huskies are ground types. Pretty much a full-on shock harness. I know. She's playing with the new toy right now, so she's going kind of crazy. At least she's finally learned to like not pee in my freaking apartment, you know? So that's good. Is the snow DNA that counts towards the ground type as a water type? Oh, we got our DNA test back. Let me see. Yeah, she's 100% Siberian Husky. So whoever dumped her, right? Dumped the full-bred 100% Siberian Husky. Is ice type a real thing? Yes, ice type is a real thing. And we'll give her the 5 months. I'll test you the 5 thing for the 28 months. Also, hype train has started, chat. So, hey, you just can get ready with me content for TwitchCon. That's actually not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. I have some cool outfits. So if you see me at TwitchCon, please don't freaking shoot me, Charlie Kirk style. But you see my cool fits. Cashing out at work for weeks? What do you mean for weeks? I've only been gone for a week. It's been like 7 days. Even then I streamed some of the days anyway. Monty G, thank you for the 12 months. Which makes me think of the shooting range scene from Atlanta. I have not seen Atlanta. It's been forever. It hasn't been that long. Will Sean return home from war? Honestly, it felt like war with whatever was going on. And honestly, maybe it's my fault that Hasan got canceled as soon as I left, you know? As soon as I left, Hasan got canceled. Which will, you want to talk about like Shockergate, Collargate extensively, because we covered it a little bit while I was on the road. But I do want to look at some of the fallout from it. Also, Jason, thank you for the raid, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that. Jason D100, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing good. Taylor Wren put up a video today. Shout out Smokey, thank you for the gift this sub. The dog is looking for a toy now. Oh, I'm sorry, Chatter. You were the bulwark against controversy as soon as you left. They struck true. Also, I don't know if y'all saw my tweet today. I was gonna say it's a subtweet, but no, it's a pretty overt tweet. Just because, and people thought it was about like Ethan going after Hasan or Ethan going after, I don't know, whoever he goes after, but it's not, right? The tweet came. Caroline got posted at LSF and kept getting haters in her chat last night. They were unhinged. Yeah. 1 million sub goal, reaching for the stars. You know it. Chat, if you want to help me out and sub a little bit. I did lose about 300 subs from not streaming as consistently. So if you want to help out, tell all your Oiler friends to give me their Christmas money. I'd appreciate that. I would say that's a joke, but it's not a joke. Give me your Christmas money. Give it to me now. We'll talk about the Caroline clip. And then we'll talk about the cutie clip. This week, Sean used a lot of gas recently. I did, actually. I used a lot of gas. Especially when I got to LA. Like, LA's gas is like $50 freaking per gallon. What do you take me for, Mr. Moneybags? I'm not Hasan. How much? $50 a gallon. But Trump brought gas prices down. Well, he's a freaking liar. Gosh darn it! I'm never voting for him again. Sorry. Sorry. Let me stop. Let me stop. People are gonna take that seriously. I didn't vote for Trump. Please. Not ever in my life have I voted for Trump. Mostly because I was 16 when he first ran, and so I couldn't vote for him even if I wanted to, which I didn't. And then I did not vote for Trump in the 2020 or 2024 election. That it was $2. Why you lie? I would never lie. Someone clip it. Hey, the way things are going now, people will take that seriously, and I get canceled for it. Let me be real. Sorry, I'm setting everything up. There we go. Hey, chat, we're at 999 out of 1,000 subs. If you want to get me to 1,000 subs, I appreciate you using your Prime sub on me. It's free. That costs more than minimum wage labor. I know I was lying, chat. It's not $50 or $15 an hour. It's $5 something. Technically, it costs more than what you can legally pay disabled employees or waitresses or prisoners. Yeah, no. So if you are a disabled employee, a waitress, or a prisoner in California, you can't afford a gallon of gas for an hour of work. But yeah. You get 1 million subs, will you run for president? Yes. Does that mean Kai should run for president now? Mobius, thank you for the give this. Wait, no, tier 1. I can't read. 17 months, much appreciated. The Fart of War, thank you for the 5 months. If you're a gamer live, I was actually playing Valorant yesterday, so I was gaming. I was gaming a little bit. Gaming stream. I was gonna game yesterday, but I decided against it. Also, I'm hungry. What should I eat for breakfast, chat? I haven't got groceries yet, so I need to order something. stick and cheese bagel. That sounds expensive. You have the money for that, Chatter? This is actually a pretty good thumbnail. Now look at it. Racist, fake PhD, pick a struggle. It's not a bad thumbnail. If this was a video thumbnail, I think it would get like 10,000 views. Anyway, meme review. It's time to do stuff. See, I don't even remember. I don't even remember how I stream. You know what I mean? What do I do? What do I start with? Ban appeals? Nah. Let them sit. Ooh, I have a great idea for content, chat. I IRL live stream TwitchCon, right? And I walk around to famous streamers, and I have my microphone, and I'm like, "Hey, do you want to do a live ban appeal?" And they're like, "Yeah, obviously. I love your streams. You're amazing, awesome, and great, and also super attractive." And I'm like, "Thank you." And I'm just like, "All right." This person said, "I want to club you to death like a baby seal. Ban or unban?" And they're like, "Keep them banned." And I'm like, "Bet you're banned. Sorry, Chatter." And I just do that for a bunch of streamers. That's content. That's content. Hey. Tell the Chatter to take it up with the famous streamer. Disagree. Exactly. Wesley would get unbanned. Love you too, Sean. Oh, is that what he said? Wesley would get unbanned, probably. That's an idea. Will I do it? Probably not. Ooh, the racist Republicans. We're going to talk about that as well. But first, I want to order my food. Let's see. What has happened in the world? There's a new Valorant agent. Valorant is also killing literally every other agent in the game. I don't know if y'all saw that. Here, let's watch this.
Anyway.
Oh, wait. Wait, what is this? What? Did YouTube update itself? What is... Ew. Ew. Why does it look like that? I don't like that at all.
For the time being, Donald...
I'm going to order my food real quick. Watch this Hasan video. And then we'll get to some drama-y stuff.
Trump is now doing the Charlie Kirk event, a posthumous Medal of Honor being given to Charlie Kirk.
He loved those enemies so much. You know, I heard he loved his enemies, and I said, wait a minute, is that the same Charlie that I know? I'm not sure, but I didn't want to get into it. But it was a horrible, heinous, demonic act of murder. He was assassinated in the prime of his life for boldly speaking the truth, for living his faith and relentlessly fighting for a better and stronger America. He loved this country. And that's why this afternoon it's my privilege to posthumously award Charles James Kirk, our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Thank you.
Bro, he was a YouTuber, dog. He was a YouTuber. What are we talking about?
As you know, only hours ago, I returned from a very historic trip to secure peace in the Middle East. People said that couldn't be done. Charlie felt it could be done. Thank you very much. But I raced back halfway around the globe. I was going to call Erica and say, Erica, could you maybe move it to Friday? And I didn't have the courage to call. But you know why I didn't call? Because I heard today was Charlie's birthday. And I said, you know, that was a definite. And I said, we're going to have to forget about some of those very big, very rich countries that expected me to be there. And I can tell you, based on the length of that flight, I wouldn't want to go back tomorrow.
For Charlie.
But I would not have missed this moment for anything in the world, nothing. And it's a very important time for our country, and our country is doing so well. It's never done better. We are a country with
Jeez
almost
Louise,
now.
bro. Ripping the mic like Sean Hannity, dog. Sorry, give me a second. Turn your voice up? No.
Now $18 trillion of investment coming in. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. Previous administration had less than $1 trillion for 4 years.
We're back to the self-suck chatters. You already know.
He's there. He's looking down on us right now. It's so incredible. Look at this, how this turned out. This was
He's looking up on us, dog. Hey, Charlie, don't hurt your neck when you're looking up.
supposed to be so dark and cloudy. Not dark and cloudy, is it? Look at that, how beautiful that is.
Man, Trump is so boring now. Does anybody else get that vibe? He's just like boring. Where's his spice? Where's his pizzazz? You know? Apparently it was birthday yesterday. Yeah, he said it's Charlie's birthday yesterday.
There's no artist that can
Wait, I thought his birthday was October 7th. Oh.
can capture it as beautiful as it is today. Wow. It's amazing.
Wow.
As I said, on the day that he was assassinated, Charlie Kirk was a martyr for truth and for freedom. And from Socrates to think, and to St. Peter, from Abraham Lincoln to Martin Luther King, those who change history.
Bro said Charlie Kirk is like Socrates.
The most, and he really did.
I can't
always
stand
risked
the
their
fact that they
lives
compare him to
for us.
MLK, especially
Put it on
because
earth.
he
Both
has
died,
routinely
Put on earth exactly
on
where he
MLK.
was.
Charlie
He
Kirk
would have been
has
a top
straight
student.
up said horrible
At any
things about
college
Martin
in
Luther
the
King
country,
Jr.,
other
and now
colleges as
they're
well.
comparing
He's
him to
smart.
Martin Luther King
Guys,
Jr.
he's
as in the
so
affirmative.
smart.
I don't even know if
He
he
knew
would
what he
like
wanted
that,
to do.
personally.
Yeah,
Like,
what a
what are we
sick
talking
and
about?
Well, he's
classroom.
dead, so it doesn't really matter what he likes. Honestly.
Fail,
will talk
ultimately.
about-
They look like they're
Once this
doing
is
well.
Enough? Does that mean enough? I don't think so.
We'll talk about the
They
political
end up
piece,
failing
but it's like obvious
because
to
the
me that they're
truth
trying to
has
keep this
been
alive to the best of their
unrelenting
ability, and
over
they're
the
failing to
years,
do
over
so because
history.
in this day and
And
age,
People like
it's very
Charlie,
difficult to
just
keep
they've got
people's
a
attention
power
on
that
one thing and one thing
others
only.
don't
That's
have.
number one.
Very
And
few
number
people
two,
will ever-
it's not
those
only very
martyrs
difficult to keep people's
before him,
attention on one
Charlie's
singular
voice, his
focus,
message, and his
one singular
legacy
news
is
story, and
stronger
secondly,
and
like a lot of
greater
people obviously didn't
than ever
really
before.
like
They
him. A lot of
are
people
greater
also
than
had
ever
their,
before.
you know,
Look,
their
this is a
negative
horrible event,
associations
but
with
it
him.
brought
I mean,
out
this
the
has on
greatness
Fox News
of
has
Charlie.
34,000 live viewers, like as opposed to the
Planted
previous,
It's incredible the way people are
WWE
talking
style
about
funeral
it.
proceedings that took place. Like
And,
people have moved on from it
And
already.
with, especially in the wake
Not
of
even just people, like his family has moved on. President was set when the original ball, the Presidential Medal of Freedom back in 2020. I mean, I just honestly, I don't really care the Presidential Medal of Freedom. People are like, no, this is the sanctity of the Medal of Freedom. I'm like, I don't really care, right? It's just like, he's a podcaster, dude. You know what I mean? He's a podcaster. Like, there's not much you can say. Are you fairly low compared to the video? I turned the video down. So not more people watching him than it was actually actual event live. That's someone who can posthumously declare anything because the person in question can no longer contradict them. Yeah, and it makes them feel good inside and warm and fuzzy and stuff. So, should I get Dunkin' Donuts? Sean's very low. I don't think I'm very low. I think I'm like maybe a little bit low. Here, how's that? Is that better? I can just hear myself screaming into my ears now. Local proposing org asked me to bring this to your attention. Get eyes on it. To my attention, I'm a nobody, chatter. You need Hassan's attention.
of Charlie's assassination, our country must have absolutely no tolerance for
Wait, never
this
mind. I
rap-
recognize his name. There, I'll look at it. Nobody should get Duncan ever.
We are getting a window into how a new generation.
Knicks. Chill. Okay.
Radical left violence, extremism, and terror.
Yes, thanks. Get donkeys. Get donuts. Okay, there's no other donuts here. We have a spider donut. But also, I want their sandwich. Maple sugar bacon breakfast sandwich. Hear me out. I get 2 of them. The Krispy Kreme. I don't think Krispy Kreme exists that much in Los Angeles. There's a few of them, but like not like. I guess this one's like relatively close. But like still, it's like 40 minutes away Los Angeles time. Because everything is 40 minutes away from everything else in LA. No matter how close it is, it's 40 minutes away. It's like you drive on the road on Los Angeles, you enter a time warp. Right? You enter a time warp where it doesn't matter how far away or how close it is, everything is 40 minutes away from anything else. But it feels like 2 hours. Has Legit hit the West Coast yet? Assisted with the to stop on the way from the airport for LA.
We're done with the angry mobs. And
do IRL Street and Krispy Kreme donuts? Are Krispy Kreme burned down? That's so sad. Are you trying your best to be a menace, doggy?
I do think that like
our cities be unsafe.
the other side of this is that like Trump can't have singular focus on any issue that doesn't revolve around himself. No matter how fortuitous this could have been for their ambitions to violate the First Amendment and to further prosecute political enemies of this.
My stream always has sound, and if it doesn't have sound, you're the problem. Maybe get your ears checked out. Hey. Hey, girl. What's up?
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Ginjig Zero Blin just subscribed.
Wait, did y'all see that? Did y'all see her entirely failed again? Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah, go ahead. That was so funny. She just failed to jump up. Ginger Goblin, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Hey. Hey.
State his own ego, his own narcissism is unironically getting in the way of him communicating how serious this is, how important this.
Hey. Outside? All right, here. Enjoy this.
Is. And wait, he actually did mention how a bullet missed him, but it hit Charlie. Is that what he?
They seem to become very violent on the left. They've rammed vehicles into federal law enforcement, fired sniper rifles at ICE agents, and me, you know. But I made a turn at a good time. I turned to the right. Charlie couldn't believe it, actually. He said, how the hell did you make that turn? I said, I don't know.
Oh my God, that was a meme from like the second day. A day after Charlie was shot and assassinated, someone said it's going to be, y'all are complaining right now, but just wait till he talks about how he dodged a bullet expertly and Charlie actually didn't. He's going to talk about like skill issue. He just can't even, talk about it. Like he can't even talk about this stuff without being like, I do everything so good and Charlie loved me. In order for him to make a coherent case here, he has to literally elevate Charlie's status above himself, and he literally cannot do that. In order to successfully create the martyrdom narrative, he has to make it seem as though Charlie is a more valuable person than he is, and he is physically incapable of doing that.
But if this were a year ago, they'd have a serious chance of being badly hurt, even killed. Even killed. They'd come in from Indiana, they'd come in from Iowa, they'd come from Florida to see their nation's capital, and somebody would have to call the parents, I'm sorry, but your son or your daughter's been killed. Not anymore. You hear those sirens going off? That's good. That's a good sound. That means they either got the bad guy or they're going to stop the bad guy. You didn't hear that sound because nobody wanted to do anything.
Yeah, no sirens were ever heard in the nation's capital before I got here and decided policing is back. It's nuts.
You hear they're about 3 miles away. That's great. What a beautiful sound. They're stopping crime. That's what they're doing. And that's why I said last month that I have directed the Attorney General and the Department of Homeland Security to confront the very real threat of left-wing terrorism in our country. It's a real threat. Not when you confront it, it's not, because they're not brave people. In fact, they're cowards. When you confront them, they immediately fold. You have to see them fold. You have to see them crying. They fold. But it includes dismantling the networks that fund them and finance them, and we're finding out who those
You can't expect them to talk about Charlie Kirk uninterrupted for an hour, chat. Of course the speech is going to fall apart, and he's going to start talking about the Taliban, the left, radical.
With beautiful wood, beautiful cardboard, wood, everything. Everything's perfect paint job, and they're all the same. There are thousands of them. You know that they weren't made in the basement out of love. They were made by anarchists.
I left her outside. She wouldn't come in. Oh, sorry. I still left her outside. She's on the balcony, but I don't trust her not to jump off, and so I just attached her with her leash to a chair. So as long as the chair is not moving, she's not going nowhere. And when she wants to come in, she'll just come right here, and I'll unattach her. But she deserves to have some fresh air, you know?
Yes. And in some cases, wealthy. I'll probably find some of my nice friends that are up there being so nice to me, especially lately. They're being very nice.
EJ_Kra just subscribed.
It's surprising.
EJ Acker, give it 17 months. Much appreciated.
Is you who they may be, and you almost wonder why would they do it? But they're hurting our country, and we're really taking it back. So we hold his memory in our hearts forever. Every single day of this administration, we will continue to carry out the mission for which he lived, and he really did. He lived for this country. He lived for his wife and his family, but he lived for this country too. In Charlie's honor, we will continue like we have been to fight, and to win. We're going to win so much. So the Presidential Medal of Freedom is a big deal. You have the Congressional Medal of Honor, military and the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is civilian. And the Presidential Medal of Freedom is a really big deal. Very few people get it. Very few people, frankly, qualify. It's a decision of the president, but
Yeah,
it's
she's
a
just laying
qualification.
down. Oh, I'll take a picture for my mom. I can show you. The picture doesn't necessarily dox me. Here. This is what she looks like. She's just like sitting there. There's enrichment games you can make for her that might help. My dogs like to shred stuff, so I wrap kibble around this paper. Hide those in a box and she shreds. Might be busy 15 minutes. Yeah, I have one. It's called the God, I didn't show that. This had an envelope attached to it with my address on it. I don't even know how it got there. Oh, because this is on top of my mail. Anyway, it was this thingy called the Slider Champ. You put little treats inside of these things, and then she has to slide them over to get the treats and stuff. You know.
I live like a capitalist
Yeah, she
every
started.
single day.
After she
I
got
live as a
half
capitalist.
the treat,
Okay?
she was
I
like,
live what
"That's
I
too
live.
boring. I'm just going to.
Just subscribed.
I'm just
Grandma
gonna.
Jam.
You know what I mean? Just start eating the plastic parts. You know? And then she starts destroying it. I'm just like, geez Louise.
That's a very hard one to get. And I would like to ask, if I might, the military aide to read Charles James Kirk's citation for the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Charles J. How do chatters react to this? It's still 10 years into this bullshit.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to Charles James
What
Kirk.
do you mean? This is our
Accepting on
president.
behalf
We
of
just have
Charlie,
to deal
Mrs.
with it.
Wife,
We have to take it one
Mrs.
day at a
Eric.
time, okay? It is
Charlie
what it
Kirk
is.
was one of the
Take solace in knowing that he's old. Right? Every human is on a time crunch. We have not figured out how to make people immortal, despite Peter Thiel's best efforts. To eat newspaper, it's no good, but it can be good for consumption behavior. On this also knowing JD Vance is next up, but you should, you know what I mean? Like, JD Vance just doesn't have Trump's charisma. He doesn't have Trump's audacity. He doesn't have Trump's motion. Like, Trump being able to go to like the UN summit and like Trump forcing the entirety of like all the UN nations to like bend to his will is something that only Trump really has like the pull to be able to do. You know? So I'm not saying JD Vance is going to be good or would be good as a president, right? He obviously wouldn't. Right? But there's unique struggles that come with having Trump in office because it's Trump as a personality as opposed to him just being a standard Republican. Like, JD Vance is only as bad as he is because Trump exists. You feel me? He would be a standard, regular Republican, right? But Trump is what pulled him to being as overtly extreme as he is now. You know?
the most influential American political figures of his generation. At just 18 years old, he founded Turning Point USA and grew it into the largest conservative youth organization in the nation. For over a decade, he tirelessly traveled the country leading a movement to restore respect for our founding principles, reawaken our national identity, and inspire a renewed spirit of religious devotion. He was one of the great debaters and communicators of his time. Despite receiving repeated threats, he remained undeterred and modeled courage, logic, humor, and grace to the next generation. On September 10th, 2025, at age 31, Charlie Kirk was assassinated while addressing a group of students. The United States honors him as a martyr for truth and freedom.
Can you take the medal back once it's given to someone? Can this be reversed? No, I don't think so. That would be crazy, though. How does Candace Owens feel about this? Not being a part of this? Well, she decided to go with Israel Did It as a route, and she will be permanently outcast for that reason.
In meaningful way, and thank you for making this event a priority.
I do think that there are different groups, different factions within the right now that actually do.
I also, okay, sorry, I missed the Erica Trump part. I'm not gonna sit here and say that she didn't love this man, because I don't know her life. But I do think she moved on kind of quickly. Like, just compare the way, like, her reaction to, like, Candace Owens' reaction. And, like, I don't know, maybe she's doing it because she's, like, thinking that she's carrying on his legacy and that's the best way to respect him or whatever, or honor him. But, like, she did move on kind of quickly. Am I off base? Does anybody else see that too? Can Jeff headfirst into conspiracy theories? Well, out of love, you know? Ugh. Candace loved that racist man. Yeah, because Candace is also racist, you know?
There are different factions within the right, some of which actually do think that there was like suspicions, some of which don't like the way that Erica Kirk has handled it. So there is some schisms taking place here. There is some infighting that's going on in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Do I think that anything is going to actually come from it? No, because I don't think people care about Charlie Kirk actually, you know? I just don't. People had kids thinking for the 18 months. Much appreciated.
This should have been a moment of unity for them to get together and say, we are going to attack the left. The left did this. And yet there have been a lot of people who have been fighting one another in the aftermath of this, partially because it's a grift economy that they've cultivated, right? And there are always going to be different factions, different people that look at this and have a higher priority. Some people who hate Israel and want to say that this is Israel. Some people who dislike the information that has been given on this case so far. And then the misinformation landscape that we already have. It's kind of like with COVID. There were a lot of people who were hawking supplements as an alternative during the COVID era. But then there were also plenty of people who were doing it specifically to come out as like a different voice, an anti-intellectual voice. Right. So there are numerous reasons as to why people decide to communicate around this issue in the ways that they do. And it's almost always about clout, and clout means money, obviously. But in some instances, literally to hawk whatever supplements that they want to sell. And in other instances, is just to show themselves as like an earnest voice. Tying this back to Israel, if your highest priority is to say this is Israel's fault, is going to make you look more honest than the rest of these guys. These guys are all fake. These guys are all phony. They're farming Charlie Kirk's death in the wrong direction. What they should be doing instead is farming it in the direction that Israel did it. I say let them fight. I think...
Everyone knows we haven't heard one peep about the Charlie Kirk shooter. If he had been a lefty, they would have been blasting news about him. Honestly, I don't know. Because the news cycle just moves on so quickly. I feel like they got what they wanted, which is why they got like people thinking that he's a lefty, and they're like, okay, now we're on to the next thing, right? Because like how much can you just be like, oh, he's a lefty, he's lefty, he's lefty? Because like Trump is, because okay, the point of propaganda is to serve a specific end, right? The point of calling like any like radical shooter a lefty or whatever is to crack down on the left in free speech, right? And throw like leftists in jail. Like they're already doing that. Like they don't need to like use every single instance to be like, this is the left's fault. We got to hyper focus on this because Trump already has, you know, he's already cracking down on free speech regardless. You know what I mean? So they only need to just be like, hey, he's a leftist, to just like add another thing onto the pile. They don't need to focus on blasting him through the news over and over and over again, because there's a number of different things they can use for that, right? The next thing was like Hassan's dog or whatever. Oh, look how violent the left is.
I think ultimately there are some like interesting there's some interesting information that has been released in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death that like call into question exactly what happened, but that's always a given in high profile incidents like this, and it's especially more so a given nowadays in this misinformation landscape that we're in. But you know, let him fight, I guess.
He used to love to journal about this topic all the time, and with such
Yo, you're reading his journal, bro? Let the man have a journal.
heart postured of gratitude, and he believed that liberty was both a right and a responsibility. And he used to say, freedom is the ability to do what is right without fear. And that's how he lived. He was free from fear.
Trump is not
He's free
amused by
from
her. Yes,
compromise.
Trump doesn't like being upstaged.
Free from anything that
And
could
he's currently being
enslave his
upstaged.
soul.
He doesn't like to sit in the cuck chair as
His
someone
name,
else
Charles,
speaks. We know that
literally
already. That's
means
his like
free
power
man.
play for every world leader.
And ironically, for a
Diaries
man who
inside of it.
impacted millions, Charlie never desired to be the center of attention. He just wasn't. My husband was not a man of extravagance. He loved simple but deeply meaningful things. Truly. He loved his late night walks. He loved buying more books than he could ever read because he felt there was no such thing as a book budget. And he loved being able to read to our kids the same bedtime story on repeat because he knew it was their favorite. But to him, that was
Dude,
special.
it's crazy that he can't even get
loved to
himself
sit
to
in the
look
sun on
even a
his
little
cup
bit
of
emotional.
coffee,
He is,
phone
I
was
guess
off.
He
that
doesn't care. None of these people care. Only person who cares I've seen so far is Candace Owens. Legitimately. You know what I mean? He's thinking. Yeah, he's thinking. I don't even know what he's thinking. I tried to think of a joke. I couldn't think of a joke. He's just sitting there like, why am I here, bro? He's like, can she stop talking, please? I beg of you.
is in some ways his like, he just can't even fake it, you know? And I guess that does communicate earnesty in many instances. But if he's trying to do something that requires him to, once again, not look like he's a bored toddler, it's not going to happen. His default position when he's not talking is just, I'm bored. Why am I not talking?
So the
Exactly.
rhythm of our usual birthday celebration for him was mint ice cream, mint chocolate chip ice cream. He only had it twice a year, on his birthday and 4th of July.
Oh my goodness. If you were an ice cream shop, please close up your doors. You're going to get conservatives being like, can I get the Charlie Kirk mint chocolate chip ice cream for Charlie Kirk? And can you make sure you say the name Charlie Kirk? They're going to be like, man, we don't do that here. Wow. You're telling me you didn't read out the Charlie Kirk name for the Charlie Kirk mint chocolate chip ice cream? You read out everybody else's name. No, man, we didn't. Wow, you read out, you did. You're lying to the camera because you see the camera right here. Why did you read out everybody else's name instead of Charlie Kirk's mint chocolate chip ice cream's name? I'm telling you, I'm telling you, that's gonna happen. Round 2, bro. Starbucks round 2. Round 2.
It's just.
That's a terrible choice
And,
for top ice cream flavor, low key. Like, I know that's not the point here, but I mean,
Last year,
chocolate
his
chip cookie
one
dough is
birthday
right
wish was
there.
to see
I
me
know
live,
mint
so-
chocolate chip ice cream fans will go
And
crazy
I won
over
for
this,
you.
Bro,
but
mint fans of anything, like mint chocolate fans, like mint chocolate chip ice cream fans, mint, they just like they ride or die for their mint. You cannot take their mint out of their sweets, even if it's literally disgusting. But this is an alien symbiote. True. Also, I don't know. My favorite mint ice cream is bad. I don't like it. I'll never give up mint chocolate. I don't like it. Girl Scout cookies mint is good though. No, I don't like many Girl Scout cookies except for like. No, I just don't like many chocolate Girl Scout cookies. People will ride or die for them though. Like Thin Mints, I hate Thin Mints. Thin Mints are gross. They're gross and nasty and gross. Oreo Discourses are returning. Frozen Thin Mints. You guys are freezing your cookies? Samoas. Didn't they change the name for Samoas because it was racist? Or something? Or is that a different cookie? Mint saltwater taffy. Okay, I do love saltwater taffy. Saltwater taffy is so good. Just not mint. Give me like literally any other flavor. Caramel Delights now, I think. Oh. That tracks? What do you mean that tracks? What is that supposed to mean? I have not bought cookies from the Scouts in a while. It's Caramel Delight. Taffy always reminds me of Atlantic City. I used to go as a kid all the time. Lemon Girl Scout cookies are the best. Girl Scouts are probably racist. That's so funny. Mint is only good for toothpaste and alcohol. Mint's and alcohol?
but I just don't understand
It was by
toothpaste
far
flavored
one of the
ice
most
cream. I
memorable
will
nights
never
of his
get it.
Birthday experience of his life until today.
L opinion? Okay,
And
dude.
so, honestly, President Trump, I have spent 7.5 years trying to find the perfect birthday gift for Charlie. And it's so difficult. And those of you that have spouses or loved ones, you know how difficult it is sometimes to buy a gift for someone that you love, because he wasn't a materialistic man, so that also did not help. But now I can say with confidence, Mr. President, that you have given him the best birthday gift he could ever have.
I do have a hard time coming to terms with the fact that all of this is still being done for a podcaster, knowing full well that, yeah, this is the other side of the story, by the way. This is something that I've seen as well. A lot of like right-wingers are dunking on Erica Kirk. She's getting so much shit on Insta, even from fans. They feel like it's a grift and they're mad about the cover up and they feel like she's being blasphemous. Like they straight up think that like either she is not abiding by like religious doctrine. There's some people who are mad that like they suspect her of like converting Charlie to Catholicism. There's like a
They're like, how dare you make Charlie Kirk a Catholic? Now he's not going to heaven. What happened to our Protestant evangelical king, Charlie Kirk? You've converted him before his death, and now he's no longer going to heaven. How dare you? Is that what they're saying? That's so funny. It's so funny. She's just making noise back there.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
That seems
Rat
a little
Daddy
bit
OO
sketchy.
just subscribed.
Also, it's a
At
long
Shonda
link.
Black, happy 7 months.
Rat Daddy O, thank you for the
Here's
7
something
months.
wild I found
Here, I'll
while
click it
looking
on
for
my
credit
incognito
card
tab.
skins.
Never mind, it won't let me. Hold on. Oh, just ice credit cards. Credit card stickers. Respect. I only wanted one credit card sticker, and that is the hunter license. I think it's be sick.
Million different reasons. And they are very mad. Right wingers have been yelling at her nonstop. I think partially this goes back to what I was talking about, which is that like everyone has a lot of unrestrained anger with no outlet, with no clear, decipherable, discernible movement, with no outlet whatsoever. And they are looking for like a pressure valve, but there is none. And things are only getting worse and worse. Material conditions are only worsening. And therefore, they just keep lashing out. And in some instances, they even lash out at their own allies. And I think that's what's going on here. There's no targets. So they just target whoever the is in their, whoever the they consider to be accessible.
So everyone right now is up in arms thinking that Hasan's shocked.
Yeah, also I made it to TikTok. By the way, I saw it because I opened up TikTok and it was the first video I saw. I closed TikTok because that's what I do. Same, yeah. That's how I use apps nowadays. But we'll get to. We'll get to the dog discourse in a second. I do want to. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see this? Or Lord, no. Apparently, on their road trip to TwitchCon, Emaru, Bonnie, Cinna, and Extra Emily went and visited the border wall, and this is the clip that came out of it.
What the heck?
There is. That's crazy.
I can't believe they really built a wall.
It's the wall, Chad.
The wall.
The wall. That's
Like,
kind of
is this
really
man-made?
insane.
Emily, smile.
Yeah, this might be the most K Kona W thing we've ever seen.
Yeah,
on stream.
this is kind of crazy.
Crazy.
Bonnie's taking
Oh, the
I will
the
not.
guards are putting
That's
their hands
kind of crazy.
in Mexico.
Oh wait, yeah, hands in Mexico,
Hands in
guys.
Mexico. Wait, a rock.
We're in Mexico.
Wait, can we get a rock?
I'm looking for a rock.
Rosina just dipped from the frame. She was like, "Nope, nope, I'm out of this. I'm not gonna be a part of this."
You can get a piece of trash.
Mexico, Mexico.
Mexico rock.
You're beautiful. What?
Oh, it's echoes.
It like makes
I did it. I found a Mexico rock. This is worth 1,000 Hershey's Kisses.
It is.
It's a rock from Mexico.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Why are they doing this? Shock. Not for shock content. Now I'll say it. Say what? You're so dumb. They have no self-awareness. It's content. It is content. But like, it is weird to like, and it's great. No, it's weird to like pose up with like the border wall being like, pose for pictures, smile. Right? The rest of it's like whatever, but like, I do think it's weird. Like, I don't think like the process of going to the wall is like a bad thing inherently. You know what I mean? But like, especially as people are currently being deported, right? Families being separated, it's, you know. Here with like a message of protest. Tina is aware. Tina is aware of why Tina was like, I'm not being a part of this. But I think it was just a little bit weird. You know what I mean? So that's just something that I saw. I was like, you know, maybe let's not. Chatter's calling it great. So we should take it a little bit more seriously. It does feel weird to be like, yo, let's take a picture with the border wall. And this is kind of like why I say like apoliticism doesn't exist. Right? Because like that's not like apolitical. You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of like taking a picture with the statue of Christopher Columbus, right? Like that's not like apolitical. There is political messaging behind doing that and co-signing that, you know? And say we're like posing up with the border wall is not like apolitical. The problem is that like people don't necessarily see it as directly political, which it is. It's a statement, right? Because like, it's not even the fact that there's like a fencing and this is a lib take, Sean. No, you're incorrect. You're wrong. It's fucked up. Especially if you've not said anything about people being deported from their fucking country and separated from their fucking families. I'm sorry. It's not a lib take. That's fucking insane. That's crazy. You have children who are 10 years old being deported to countries that they've never been to, right? And the wall is literally a symbol of that, which is why in 2016, you had Trump and his ilk, his base, being like, build that wall, because it was a symbol of xenophobia. It is a symbol of dehumanization of immigrants. You can't say that that's innocuous. You can't say that that's nothing. Because again, it's not politically irrelevant. It's not. It is not apolitical. It's not. You can't say it is. Try to argue it. Try to argue that this is apolitical. Try to argue that the border wall is apolitical. Just try to. The firm words because y'all are outraged. No, I'm not even outraged at this. I was saying that this is a little bit silly, right? I'm not outraged at them for doing this. I'm outraged at y'all for being fucking stupid. That's it. That's where my outrage comes. That's where my anger comes from. Because y'all are fucking dumb. Because you're defending it. That's the problem. I don't expect anything better from streamers. I don't. Saying visiting 9/11 monument is supporting terrorists? What are you talking about? Chatter, say it right now. I want you to say the border wall is apolitical. There's nothing political about the border wall. I want you to say it. I want you to say it. Border wall is bipartisan and it's political. Because it's fucked up because both parties support it. Doesn't matter that both parties support it. It's still fucked up. Saying the border wall is apolitical is delusional. That's what I'm saying. Should put up a wall and the liberal streamers are making fun of it. They're not making fun of the wall, Chatter. Where do you see that at? Where do you see that they're making fun of it? They're posing with it.
Wishy Dare gifted a tier 1
Oh, look at
sub to
this silly
Dick
little wall thing. What are we talking about here? This will be the same thing as taking a picture with like a Confederate statue. Would you defend streamers taking a picture with a statue of Robert E. Lee? This is a part of history. Thank you. That's all I need to know. Thank you for that. That's what I was trying to get to. That's what I was trying to get to. Christian is my question would be if they talked about it before or after, but it still stands with this clip. Again, my thought about the clip is purely that I think it's in poor taste. That's it. I'm not sitting here being like, how dare they do this? They have no respect. I'm just saying that like, the clip is kind of wild. Right? It's in poor taste. Right? Yeah, it's tone deaf. Yeah, you could see Sina ducking out of it. Yeah, because she acknowledged it. She was like, okay, that's kind of crazy.
Kind of crazy.
Crazy.
Taking
Oh, the
I will
the
not.
guards are putting
That's
their
kind of
hands in
crazy.
Mexico.
Yeah, so exactly. Instead of being like, that's kind of crazy. Because it is a little bit crazy to start posing up and taking selfies, right? Taking selfies with the border wall. That's crazy. That is crazy. Again, I'm not saying these people are racist, but it is a little bit crazy to do. Like that is a crazy thing to do. That is objectively true. It is a crazy thing to do. Again, I'm not saying that this is the most impactful or an important thing in the world, right? But it is quite crazy to start posing up with a selfie at the freaking border wall. That is crazy. I'm calling it like it is. I'm calling it like it is. That is crazy. It is a little bit crazy. You know what I mean? Is giving Lex Luthor's girlfriend from Superman? Because it's the exact same thing. Who do you think Lex Luthor's girlfriend from Superman was modeled after? Like streamers, influencers, you know? This isn't even the first time that influencers have taken pictures and done photo ops in inopportune places. You know what I mean? That you're being a lib is looking too deeply into things. In other words, you're being woke of the day. Yeah. The wall is apolitical. It's a political creation. I can't tell if you're joking, but that's it. Remember all of those influencers taking photos at Auschwitz? Yes. It is a little bit. It is a crazy thing to do. I think it's a play on words. It's like a South Park bit. That is, it's that tone deaf. Reminds me of Justin Bieber. What did Justin Bieber do? Should you get like it's an abstract piece of culture? Yeah. Like my point is that the border wall is not like apolitical. I'm wondering when these people are gonna grow up and become adults. It seems like it's been years that they're growing up. I mean, they have no incentive to like, you know, mature. You feel me? It's because you gotta think about the people. Like, adults aren't watching streams. You know what I mean? Like. He sat down finally. Never mind. She literally just got. I should have not said anything. Right? Younger people are watching streams and like getting close to the line of like what is acceptable versus what is not acceptable is kind of how you attract those demographics. Only hate makes you feel okay that deporting families that have been here for 20 years contributing. I mean, the real point is that like I don't think any of these streamers really like thought about it that much, right? But I don't think that there was like a thought process of like, hey, does this, you know what I mean? But infantilize them, they aren't unaware. I mean, I'm sure that they're aware, but I just don't think that it doesn't like compute in their brain in the moment. You feel me? It's like, oh, it would be good content if we were to do this thing, and not like, hey, would this, you know, be a good moral thing to do in this instance, right? Because if you have a framework that centers marginalized people, right? You would think, hey, should I take a picture at the border wall and like a selfie at the border wall? You're like, probably not. That probably wouldn't be a great thing to do. You know what I mean? Like, did they prepare a stream for this all day, or did they literally just go there randomly? I mean, the wall extends the entirety of the southern border. So like, if they're going from Texas to San Diego, like it's not impossible that they run into like where the wall would be. You feel me? Take photos in front of a symbol of representing the power of oppression, power of oppressive echelon, and the powerlessness of the oppressed makes you complicit in the creation and oppression structure of the oppressed. Their ignorance is complicity. I don't disagree. It's kind of out of the way now. Nothing's really out of the way when you're driving from Texas to San Diego. You know what I mean? Like, especially like if you're Southern Texas. But I drove from North Carolina through Texas to LA, and I didn't think, hey, maybe I should drive by the border wall to take a quick pic. You know what I mean? That didn't really compute in my mind, right? Because I knew like, hey, I probably shouldn't do that because this is a symbol of, it is what I view as a symbol of what is wrong with America. You know what I mean? What is wrong with America? And is this the blog clip that we talked about the blog clip. We didn't watch all of it. And honestly, I don't even know if I really care about watching all of it at this current moment. We're just not content brand enough. Yeah. Maybe this tone deaf will be fine 10 years from now. But there's been deportations for 8 of those. The wall would be torn down. Right now it's just tone deaf in my opinion. All these girls have parents who were all immigrants. Sina talked about the wall after the clip. Now I'll keep playing, see where it gets to. It is a little bit like, maybe don't. You know what I mean? Maybe don't. It is a little bit wild to be like, all right, let me snap a quick selfie at the border wall. Right? Because again, I want to make this very clear. I don't view that as apolitical. Right? That's not apoliticism. People think that like being political means just being Hasan and being like, yeah, people deserve healthcare or whatever. Or being Asmongold and people being like, being Asmongold and being like, oh, I should use live rounds on protesters. Right? It's the normalization of symbols of oppression. You know? It would be like during BLM, right? Taking pictures on a tour of a police station. Right? There are protests happening outside and you're like, "What's up, guys? What's up, guys? It's me, Franco, and we are inside of the Los Angeles Police Department police station, right? Down on the south side. What's up? That's Jim back there. Jim, he got a protester handcuff. What's up, Jim?" Like, you know, it's like you can't necessarily say that like being at a police station or, you know, creating content or taking selfies at a police station in that moment is apolitical, right? There is a political messaging there. You would think because they don't actively engage in politics, they are separate from it. Yeah. And it's not necessarily the case. They want to talk about Kirk shooting. It is actually that want to talk about Kirk shooting. Hold on, let me get my notes.
Oh,
I will not.
Guards are putting
That's
kind of
crazy.
Mexico.
Oh wait, yeah, hands in Mexico,
Hands in
guys.
Mexico. Wait, a rock.
We're in Mexico.
Wait, can we get a rock?
I'm looking for a rock.
We can get a piece of trash.
Mexico.
Mexico rock.
You're beautiful. What?
Oh, it's echoes.
It like makes
Aw.
I did it. I found a Mexico rock. This is worth 1,000 Hershey's Kisses.
It is.
It's a rock from Mexico.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Whoosh. Can't have my Dunkin' Donut, Dougie. Stop. All right, so I want to watch the rest of the clip. So also, Squishy, don't thank you for the gifted sub. So I'll be fair. We'll watch the rest of the clip.
Mexico rock. This is worth 1,000 Hershey's Kisses.
It is.
It's a rock from Mexico.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Oh my God.
Wait, you got it from over here?
Yeah, I just reached down and grabbed it. RV economy.
This is amazing.
American rock or Mexico.
Shall we get more
make the
Mexico
rules.
rocks?
You could get a plant from Mexico.
Another
Oh, you got one
1,000.
too?
Okay.
Oh, yours
wait,
is bigger.
That's
Each one Mexico rock equals 1,000 Hershey's Kisses.
guys, pick out your Mexico rock
Yeah, everyone needs one Mexico rock.
in case we get it big in
Oh
blackjack
shit,
tonight.
wait, there's a big boy right here.
Like, I don't think that this is like inherently like offensive or whatever. You can think it's cringe or not cringe, like that's fine. But like, I just think that the selfie is definitely the worst part. It's childish, that's all. And that's it's not for you then, right? It's not for us, and that's fine, right? It can be childish, it can be lame. That's one thing. Like, again, I'm not coming at them for that in that context. I think the selfie, taking a selfie with the border wall, be like, wow, it's the border wall, guys. Everybody smile. I think it's a little bit weird. One more minute in the VOD, they say don't take a photo in front of it because it's wrong. They literally just took a photo in front of it, right? And I'll keep playing it.
Big rock. Oh, that's a
This
big
gotta
rock.
be like 5,000
That's
Hershey's
5,000.
Kisses. 5,000 Hershey's Kisses.
Ooh.
Can we get a wall photo, Jay? It feels kind of weird though to be like all touristy by the wall.
It does not feel good. I'm gonna be honest. It does not feel good.
Yeah, that's way better. Let's
We'll do it in
here.
front of the beautifulness.
Yeah, that's way prettier.
Like, they were just taking pictures in front of the wall, I will say. Right? But you know, I think it's good that they pulled back, you know, and I'll call it out. I'll say respect to them for pulling it back. No, let me eat my sandwich. But it's at least one person going for it. Yeah, it is. No, that's my sandwich. Stop. They say they got creepy, not completely lost. The one who gets some respect here is Senna. I mean, you can respect whoever you want to respect, chat. Right? But I will say that it is crazy to to rock them on the wall and then start taking pictures. Right? But, you know, if they pulled it back, so it's fine, you know. That doesn't make what you know, the selfies originally, you know, okay. But I'll at least acknowledge that they did acknowledge that it was a bad look. Right? Which is why it's so weird that chatters were coming in here to defend it, because literally a minute later they acknowledged that it wasn't a good look. Which is why it's kind of crazy to me. People being like, no, you have to understand, it's totally fine. They took pictures with it because it's a part of history. And then literally the people in the subject of the video a minute later were like, yeah, no, it's kind of weird if we were taking pictures with it. We should not do that. So I was right. And they acknowledged it. Why are you defending it? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Chatters get mad when you attack their faves, which they shouldn't. Ooh, okay. You know what? I will bring this up now. Because now that I'm able to fully talk about it, where's it at? This tweet. Speaking of people getting mad when you criticize their faves or whatever. It is like feeling a way that she was go quiet until the end. If someone told that I was parasocial over the digital, I hated too. I'd be extremely disappointed. Yeah, I'm thinking we're done with this, right?
Bunny.
Oh.
We're gonna take a landscape picture.
Oh yeah.
I think. I don't know why. I think it just feels a little
beautifulness.
Yeah. Your dough to be like,
that's a big
This gotta be
rock.
like 5,000
That's
Hershey's
5,000.
kisses. 5,000 Hershey's kisses.
Ooh.
Can we get a wall photo, Jay? It feels kind of weird though to be like all touristy by the wall.
It does not feel good. I'm gonna be honest. It does not feel good.
Yeah, that's way better. Let's
do it in
here.
front of the beautifulness.
Yeah, that's way.
I will say. This is why it's important for somebody to say something. You know what I mean? This is why it's important for somebody to say something. It doesn't have to be a lot. It doesn't have to be crazy. You don't have to like I'm not expecting people to be like, hey, how dare you? I'm going to be the woke person to call you out or whatever. It's just a simple like, hey, I don't know if this is a good idea, guys. You know what I mean? I don't know if this is a good idea. I think this feels a little bit weird. Right? Because then everybody's like, okay, yeah, let's not do that. Let's go somewhere else then. Right? And we've seen so many instances where that just wasn't the case. Right? Where people, and I said it during the mango stuff, right? With Ludwig. And how there were like a bunch of people there and nobody at any point was just like, hey, let's chill it. Let's cool it. Because I think there's a problem. There's a problem outside of streaming as well. There's a problem in culture where people are afraid of being like the bad guy. You know? People are afraid of like interrupting the fun of the people around them. And that's how you get people who are doing reprehensible things in the first place. Who's like Miriam? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Huge W. Peer pressure at 30 is crazy though. No, it's not. I disagree with that. You can be peer pressured at any age. Right? Humans are social creatures. We want to fit in with people. You know? We just do. We want to fit in with people. We want people to like us. Right? That's just how we work. You know? And so this is not to defend it, but like that's how you get people who go along with stuff that they know is wrong, right? Because they don't want to be the person who's just like, I think this is bad, right? I disagree with this. You know? What about the party poopers? The party poopers are few and far between. I feel like Cinna felt away, but she felt like she didn't want to destroy the moment, and that's why she was so quiet about what to say until she couldn't, and she finally said how she felt. Yeah, she also, and I will also say, right, and people are gonna be mad at me this, like, I think Emeru posing the question of like, I don't know if we should do this, right, also gave Cinna the opportunity to express how she was feeling, right? Be like, yeah, this feels bad, this feels wrong, right? I think that moment is also important, right? To be like, I don't know about this, right? Because that made Cinna feel more comfortable being like, okay, yeah, I think this is not good. You know? Like the first and second people on the dance floor, exactly like that.
_hippodog_
Yeah.
Hassel just subscribed. WUAAA.
Your name is gonna be freaking 50 million characters long eventually at some point, Hippie Dog. I think for the 12 months. It's little fractures till the whole thing breaks. Yeah. I would think Cinna even dipping and likely just hanging on the edges probably triggered her a bit too. So an interplay. Yeah. I think she should put her foot down, and the moment when they stopped, people should criticize their friends and tell them they're doing something dumb. Yeah, but I can agree with that, but also acknowledge that it is difficult to do. Right? Being the bad guy is difficult to do. You know, I never give grace to Emeru until she disavows Asmund. Well, I didn't ask you to, so that's good. Example? What is this? I don't know who any of these people are, but sure, I'll take a look at it. Uncorrupted.
Uncorrupting 3 R_ just
Uncorrupt
subscribed.
Hunger, thank you for the
Sherry's
17 months.
Sussy.
Much appreciated. It's hard, especially when you got 50, 11 viewers are ready to type anything about you. Yeah. Like, I can acknowledge that. I can acknowledge that it's difficult.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Yeah, the down and being being in group, you fall until you couldn't anymore, and sometimes you'll be accepted back, but often you'll be isolated from the group. Yeah, it is difficult. Wonder Gal, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Huge W. I'm not calling my friends out publicly on stream. That's something you do in private, not in front of an audience. I disagree. I think it's it depends. Right? It depends on how bad it is. If something happens on stream that is like morally reprehensible, you need to call it out in the moment so that your viewers don't feel as though that's okay. If it's something small and minor that like hurt your feelings or affected you, I think pulling that to a side conversation and then addressing that there, I think I agree with you on that. But it really does just depend on like, will this or does this affect the audience, right? Will this influence the audience? And if it does, then you stop it in the moment, you make sure it doesn't go any further than that, and then you address why you think it's bad and wrong so that the audience knows why it's bad, right? But if it's something that is like interpersonal, that does not affect the streaming ecosystem, then yeah, wait till you're off the camera. But I'm not saying just start calling people out on live stream or whatever. Right? I'm saying there's a little bit of nuance to that conversation. You know?
A tree, all we need is a referee.
Play.
You just say we got a rope, we got a tree, all we need is a referee. You're not allowed to say that anymore.
Anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching today. We'll see you guys later. Bye, everybody.
Who is that guy?
Play.
You just say we got.
The ref? But like, is he just like a random ref? The new Nazi general? Oh, right. This is the new Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Chat. Look at him in all of his glory. hog Rev? Well, what is the context? Did he just like, was he just like, hey guys, we used to do lynching jokes back in the day. We can't say that anymore. Like, what context could possibly make that like, why did he say it? I don't get it. I'm so confused. Is Texas, dude? It's Texas, but like, people in Texas don't just walk around being like, okay, people in Texas, like Texans are not just like NPCs whose only dialogue lines are racial epithets. You know what I mean? And slurs. They're people. They say things for reasons. They say things for reasons. Like, there has to have been a reason why he said this. You wouldn't understand a Texan? Oh, you're right. Incorrect. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Here, this is what he said.
So you just say we got a rope, we got a tree, all we need is a referee. You're not allowed to say that anymore.
I also don't understand like what that reference is for. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know the context to that. Like, how does that apply to this situation? Hanging someone? Yes, obviously it's a lynching reference. I get that. Rope, tree, I get that. But like, how does it apply here? Like, I that's the disconnecting thought process for me. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think they're saying they want to hang a referee because a ref cause their team to lose. Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. That makes a little bit of sense. I guess. The ref was being lynched. That okay. It's still pretty weird though. It is weird. Like, I'm not saying it's not weird. I literally could not fathom. But did he just say? I was wondering, did he just see a black person? He was like, "Y'all, I have the best lynching joke. Y'all, I have the best lynching joke. You don't understand." Like I thought that I genuinely thought that was what it was. Y'all gotta hear this. Well, that would make sense if he's in the context of like hanging the ref. Like, this is what we used to say back in the day. It's still like,
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Why? You know what I mean? Like, this is obviously very worse than the picture in front of the border wall.
A second Twitch baby just hit the sea under Black Towers. AAA.
Okay. Masala Chai, thank you for the 18 months. Much appreciated. But yeah. Anyway, my point being is that I think taking pictures in front of the border wall is a little bit in bad taste. But I'm glad that Senna called it out, and I'm glad that they acknowledged that, you know, maybe it wasn't the best look. That is good. That is good and positive. A little bit. A lot of it, okay? I don't freaking know the exact ratio of how bad taste it is. Jeez, I feel like some of y'all just want to have a problem with stuff. That's how I feel. You didn't condemn you didn't condemn the Emaru, Extra Emily, Cinna, and Bonnie border stream enough. You only said it was kind of in bad taste and not extremely, extraordinarily, super in bad taste. Anyway, I just saw that. I thought it was a little bit crazy. But speaking of people who are parasocial, like, you can't criticize their streamers. This is how somebody reacted to my tweet that I made about XQC. Where's it at? Oh, this. XQC posted this, and I said, say what you want about XQC. And like that's it. That's the entire tweet, right? Also, XQC like responded to this apparently. But somebody, this was so funny. It was, I thought it was a funny tweet. I don't get it. So somebody responded to this by being like, Sean is 2 for 2 for shitting on leftist creators getting smeared while they're under fire. First with Mike and now with Hasan. The airtag doesn't come off in the built-in collar. It's movable attachment you buy separately and can be attached in different position. Man, this sucks. You were in that man's house for fuck's sake, at Sean the Black. You didn't think you could just reach out to him before sucking up to XQC of all people on the timeline? You and Rhinzo or whatever that dirtbag's name is move like snakes. Here, look, Sean the Black. See, it comes separately.
Like
detachable airtag holder, separated different position.
I live as a capitalist. Okay.
And so I screenshotted this immediately because I knew the tweet was going to be gone regardless.
Don't ever leave again.
Right? I was like, they're going to say it's down. So I screenshotted it before it was gone. And I said, listen, dog, don't make your inability to delineate jokes my problem. And then I said, to explain the very obvious joke, the phrase, say what you want about blank, is usually followed by a defense of that person. But in subversive fashion, there's no follow-up here. So I'm just saying, say what you want about XQC in complete earnest, thus making fun of XQC. That's the joke. That's the joke. What I say, people usually say what you want about this person, but da 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 da. You know what I mean? That's what people usually say. But in my tweet, I said, say what you want about XQC. There was no but that followed it. So I'm just saying, say what you want about XQC because I don't like XQC. Say what you want about him, right? Make fun of him, laugh at him. That's what I didn't think it was that hard to get. You say what you want about Charlie Kirk release yet? Anything for the last month? True. Right? Then I responded, also I don't give a fuck about this person, but I literally defended Hasan on my stream, but obviously they don't watch me. So again, I don't give a fuck what your opinion of me is because you mean so little to me. And I will never not criticize someone if I think that they deserve it, leftists or not. Everyone can do better and everyone can everyone can be better and everyone can do better. And I think we all have a duty to make that happen. But stay in your hug box, I guess. This person was already primed to dislike me, as highlighted by claiming that I was trying to take down Mike, and I just made this their justification for it. They are no better than the people that they claim to despise, like XQC and Ethan, and others. Right? That's it. Right? This person doesn't watch my streams. They don't follow me. They don't care to tune in. They are already primed to dislike me, obviously, for some weird hang up about Mike, right? I guess I'm at fault for getting Mike banned for some reason, or Mike being critiqued or whatever. Yes, that's my fault. Yes, they're still mad about that because you didn't kiss his ass. I don't kiss anybody's ass. Nobody, literally nobody. Everybody catches my smoke. Everybody, legitimately. There's nobody that I suck up to. If I feel that somebody is worthy or deserving of criticism, I will criticize them. I will say, hey, I don't think that this was the most productive way of doing things. I think this is bad. I think this was not good, right? I think you shouldn't have done this, right? Because that's how you grow as a person. Right? These are the exact type of white leftists that we tried to combat 2 months ago. And that's why it became a whole thing in the first place. You know what I mean? Is that people like this, again, stay in their hug box and they refuse to even engage with any critique of their so-called favorite streamer or whatever. And that's it. You must glaze. You must unilaterally glaze. Only glaze. If you don't glaze, you are the problem or the issue or whatever. Also, the person saying like, so why are you defending animal abuse? LOL. I think a lot of the online left is just neurodivergent and sometimes just cause people to misread things. Don't make it my problem then. That's why I said my first tweet. Don't make your inability to understand jokes my problem. Right? Like, I'm sorry. If you can't understand jokes, that's fine. I'm not coming at you for not understanding jokes. Don't make it my problem. Right? And this is legitimately a problem that people have, right? Even for people that are objectively bad, that makes them look stupid in the future. Right? Like there was a time where like freaking Destiny was making a joke about like collaborating with Ethan. He's like, yeah, me and Ethan talk every weekend. And people were like, oh, see, he admits it. He admits that him and Ethan talk every weekend. Right? And I'm just like, no, he's joking. You're falling for the joke. Right? Your hatred of somebody, your preconceived notion of somebody cause you to not understand when they're telling a joke. And it causes you to look stupid when everybody else understands and acknowledges that it's not serious. So now this person looks stupid. They look dumb. Because you seem to be one of the only people who didn't get it. Also, it's also that they take their favorite content creators' problems as their own. And I think they have to defend them with their lives. It's so weird. I feel like for a joke to work, it has to be different from their usual take. No, you can tell a joke that's not like completely different from your usual take. Like they're allowed to tell jokes. You know what I mean? Like, and you have to understand that like, hey, maybe this person that I don't like may not be serious in this moment, right? So let me not just jump on my hate boner and do a little bit of interrogation about whether or not this thing this person is saying is true or not. You know? What's your take on the shot collar stuff? I said my take. As I said in this clip, I said my take already. You can go and find my freaking spot on it.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
So far wrong.
I live when I
Great tweet
Nice
though.
bathroom just
Wait.
subscribed. Left for
Which
a
one?
week and this MF hates Hassan now.
My
What did I
my
miss?
XQC tweet. He put my XQC tweet up. I'll take a look at that. I had to read the tweet twice, and then you clarified it and made me understand it. XQC one, yeah. Oh, look at, find me the VOD, please. Please find me the VOD. They only like you as long as you glaze Mike and Hassan. If you are not an enemy. Where can I find the take? I don't know, in the VOD somewhere. I talked about it when I was on the road. How was the tweet? Hard to understand. Please sign up for free Literacy Scholarship Library. Y'all, I'm not joking. We are in a literacy crisis. I still don't get how people are still out there saying Hassan for sure 100% hit a button off screen because it was way off screen. And now anytime he moves his arm, people are like, OMG, he's hitting something button off screen. Like Kaya listens commands perfectly. Whether she was wearing a collar or not wearing a collar at all doesn't make any sense. So he used that, he used it for that anyway. That's further than I would go for. I genuinely don't think Hassan would shock Kaya live. That's been my take from the beginning. I know I've never. It never even crossed my mind. He does it only offline. I don't know what Hassan does. Gets up into his daily life, right? That's my take. I genuinely don't know what Hassan gets up to in his daily life. I don't think he would use a shot caller on Kaya, right? I don't have the proof to disprove it, so I don't argue based upon that. I just don't think Hassan would shock her live. You know what I mean? Like I don't. And nobody has proven to me that he would shock Kaya live. That would be very stupid. I agree. That would be very stupid. It's so dumb because you can't prove a negative, and people know that. Taylor uploaded a good video on it in a few hours. So yes, it's open in my tabs. If Hassan had a shot caller, he would defend using he would defend using it, not lie about having it. Nine out of 10 men missed the point. Yeah, I did have its prongs removed and taped over according to Cutie, so I don't know what happened off screen. That's a lot to assume. Yeah, like I genuinely, which is why I think a lot of the community got so quick on defending Hassan, being like, oh, it's this specific model of collar, and you're actually at the wrong collar or whatever. Right, when Cutie says that it was the shock variety of collar that had the prongs removed and taped over because he wasn't using that feature. Right, and now you have like the community members being like, how dare you say that it was taped over? It was never taped over. And you have Cutie saying that it was taped over. You know what I mean? Again, I didn't see the collar. You feel me? And she was speculating. What was Cutie speculating? I don't freaking know. Again, I didn't see the collar. I can't tell you what collar he used because I don't know. That is my answer. I do not know. I didn't see the collar. I didn't interrogate Kaya's collar. Okay. I will say I did look at the videos that I had with Kaya, right? And I couldn't tell her. She has too much hair for me to see the collar in the videos. Right. But my take is purely that I genuinely don't think Hassan would shock his dog live. I don't. His video says collar doesn't have prongs to begin with and it's taped because Hassan's phone is on the back of it. We'll watch the video, right? We'll watch the Taylor Renz video. It's literally right here, okay? We'll watch it. It's 19 minutes. You will watch it. Right? I want somebody to find Hassan pulling up my tweet and Chatter's crying about it. I think it's funny. I was literally gone for like a week, so I didn't see it. Actually, when did I make the tweet? Let me see. The 11th. That's 4 days ago? Jeez, Louise, I'm freaking old. Oh, also, didn't Hassan get defended by like a large dog YouTuber? Over this topic, I'll probably differ a bit. You don't have to announce your departure, Chatter. Nope, it wasn't this. Hold on, was it this one? I don't know. Strike cards aren't necessarily bad. It's about how you use them, in my opinion. I personally disagree, but you are entitled to your opinion. Did the chatter find me the VOD spot? No? Okay. Okay, XQC's VOD to find a timestamp. No, I'm not watching XQC's VODs. I'm watching Hasan's VODs. Why would I watch XQC's VODs? For the great content, I would rather die. For brain damage, that makes more sense. Now we'll go back to overliable. No. I'm trying to find the clip that Chatter was talking about. And I remember what Chatter it is. I can't even call them out for them to find the clip. Hold. Hold. No, it wasn't this one either. Excuse me. I'm holding. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe it was this day. Maybe the Chatter lied to me. I knew it. I should have known it. What Chatter was it? I'm trying to find them. I'm the one that brought it up. What day was it? Just tell me what day it was. I'll find it myself. I never seen Twitch Chatter or Chatter lie. It was him, Jim. Why would you lie on him, Jim, like that? Might have been the day you tweeted out. I don't remember. That's crazy. I tweeted out on the 11th, right? Let me see. Yeah, the 11th, but it was at 4 p.m. All right. 11th. Hmm. I didn't lie, I promise. I don't know, it kind of feels like you did lie. Maybe you're just confused. Maybe you went to sleep and you dreamed about it. Hmm. Nope, okay. All right. Yeah, here's good. Finally addressed the tweet. You couldn't find the clip before I had to leave. Sure. Anyway, we'll just see on with the Taylor Renz video.
So everyone right now is up in arms thinking that Hasan shocked his dog.
You could see him reach over, hits the thing, the dog fucking yelps.
Initially, even Hasan's community was starting to question, did he just shock Kaya? Did he just use a shock collar on stream?
He zaps the poor little dog for getting up, and then he says, "Why'd you make me do that?"
So what did he just do to that dog?
Today, I want to talk about
this is so funny. Hasan's community, you started this. It always starts in the community. The funny part about this is that none of these people care about dogs. You know what I mean? None of these people care about dogs. They don't. Chrissy Nose shot her dog in the head. Like, what are we talking about? There was somebody who ran over his dog. I don't remember who it was. It wasn't Rudy Giuliani. It was somebody. It was some conservative pundit who ran over his dog, right? Was it Cat Turd? It was probably Cat Turd. Like, these people don't care about dogs. They don't care about animals. Like, Huckabee's kid shot a dog too. I was gonna say something, but I won't say it. This lady who shot her puppy too.
something that's been all over my feed lately and has been driving me absolutely crazy. For the past week, the internet has been dominated by the conspiracy theory that Twitch streamer Hasan Piker abused his dog using a shock collar during a Twitch live stream. There is, to be clear, zero evidence that his dog Kaya was even wearing a shock collar during that live stream. Kaya is pictured wearing a canvas collar with a little AirTag holder in it in the original clip, where she yelped once after seemingly catching her nail on the dog bed. This led to a bunch bunch of internet-pilled psychos crawling through hours and hours and hours of footage claiming that Piker secretly abuses his dog. Their evidence of this is not even the footage where Kaya yelps. It's that in totally different clips, where she doesn't even appear to be in distress at all, she's wearing a collar with a small green light on it. Piker showed this collar on stream. It's an electronic vibration collar with zero shock capabilities. Attempting to debunk this conspiracy that Hasan abuses his dog, however, has become largely impossible. First of all, you can't prove a negative, which everyone pushing this crazy conspiracy theory, by the way, actually knows. It would be like asking me to prove that I've never punched someone. Again, you can't prove a negative. After Hasan revealed the vibration collar on stream, bad actors attempted to leverage the fact that he put a small piece of tape on the back to conceal his phone number, which is like written in Sharpie on the back of the little vibration box, as evidence that he somehow secretly modified and soldered down shock collar prongs, something that would basically be like impossible to do, like impossible. I'll pause here to say that I've met Kaya IRL. I have never seen her in a shock collar. I've spoken to people who have walked Kaya, babysit Kaya, probably spent hundreds of hours with this dog. And according to everyone I spoke to, in 0 instances has she ever been abused. Not a single guest on Piker's Twitch stream in the years and years and years that he's had Kaya has said that they've ever seen Piker mistreat Kaya.
It's not a shock collar. I've seen that collar. I've used that collar
Hey,
before.
Caroline made it. Go be Caroline.
I've babysat that dog.
And the only reason more influencers aren't speaking out publicly is because the people perpetuating this vicious harassment campaign are threatening them into silence. Big-time influencers are having their brand deals jeopardized and facing serious business consequences for even suggesting that they might publicly come out in support of Hasan. It's actually happening on a scale that I have never seen before. Multiple journalists in group chats, by the way, have been talking to people have wanted to report out this story, but other influencers are so scared of the harassment and abuse that they might get that they don't even want to speak on the record with their name. And yes, I know also, by the way, that making this video will definitely just put a target on my back, but I don't care because
you qualified that he was never doing it on stream. No, I don't think you do it off stream either, right? But I'm specifically referencing the clip that is being circulated. You know what I mean? A lot of people do his qualification. No, I don't think he's doing it off stream either. But I'm saying he did, like, the clip that people are circulating is incorrect because I don't think Hasan would shock Kaya on stream, even if he was doing it off stream. I don't think he's doing it off stream either. But Hasan is a, well-established, very popular and successful Twitch streamer who's been in the industry for years. I don't think he would do something as stupid as shocking his dog with a shock collar live on stream to begin with. He's very conscious about what he does on camera. Yeah, I know, because I've been on the stream and he's very clear about not showing your phone on stream, right? Not leaking anything. Because that's what you have to do to be a streamer, especially of that size. And you expect me to believe that Hasan is like, yes, my beloved dog in front of 30,000 people, let me just shock her real quick. I think that's very silly. Personally. It's a very silly thing. The dog doesn't move all day. Honestly, I think this is the funniest, retort. Cause people who say this just have never had dogs. You know what I mean? It just never had dogs. Outside of the fact that Kaya does routinely get up, right? If you have a dog and you have a space outside of where you're working, number one, you can't let your dog just roam free if their dog is known to get into stuff, right? My dog loves to chew on wires. She loves chewing on wires. She's asleep right now. But I know that if she leaves my room, she will find a wire to go chew up. She just will. You feel me? Granted, she is a puppy, and she does run around and jump around as you see, right? But she will find active wires to go chew up, mind you. She'll chew up her wires, she'll chew up her leashes. She just likes chewing on stuff. You feel me? And so You can't just be like, all right, dog, you have free reign of the house to do whatever you want. That's like being like a toddler. You know what I mean? Okay, toddler, while I'm working, you may go explore. Go explore, toddler. Have fun getting into the knives and the scissors. You know? To a certain extent, you have to make sure that your dog is within your sight. Right? Especially while you are doing work. Right? Yeah, go play with very small toys that can come apart very easily. You feel me? So like, that's very weird. Cause I'm like, yeah, no, if she wants to like just free roam, I'm not gonna let her just do whatever she wants. 1, she'll pee somewhere. 2, she'll poop somewhere. 3, she will try to kill herself. She's a freaking, like, a dog. She'll be like, you know what? I can make this jump from the 3rd floor of my apartment building. And she will try to jump. She's like, yeah, no, I can make that. You know what I mean? You have to at least, you have to put some, and this is a problem, right? This is a problem that a lot of dog owners have, is that they'll just let their dogs do whatever they want, and then they're surprised when their dog is like dying. You know what I mean? They don't train their dog, so their dog is like jumping up on the counter and stuff, right? They don't stop their dog from biting. They don't stop their dog from chewing, from gnawing, and they just let these people do whatever they want to. A dog owner that isn't writing the song will agree. You're wrong. You're incorrect, chatter. There have been plenty of dog owners and dog trainers who've sided with us on. You are incorrect. You have to train your dog to a certain extent. You just do. You just do. And that is before even getting to the fact that if Hasan is being very active in the morning with his dog, and the dog is like going for walks or runs in the morning, then yeah, the dog will just sit there and will chill. They're just trying to get clout. Oh, the goalpost is now moved. Now it's instead, oh, only people who are writing for Hasan are saying this. Now it's, oh, only people who are writing for Hasan and people who want clout are saying this. The goalpost has shifted. They are one and the same? Sure, chatter. If it makes you feel better. I'm the one who waits till a second Yelp to check because my dog is small and skittish. I think you should look, you know, do a visual inspection, you know, if your dog yelps. Because obviously something has gone wrong. You feel me? Something has happened that is not good. You should check. Right? Because sometimes there won't even be a second yelp. I love that people are pointing at Hasan taking pictures with Kaya now and doting on her on streams as him overcompensating when there's legit thousands of hours. I don't care about that stuff. Those people are not being serious. If you know your pet, you can figure out if it's a help me noise or a normal one. I mean, sure. I still think just like looking over and seeing is not crazy. But yeah. Also, you realize the goalpost has now shifted once again to being like, well, Hasan is bad in a different way. Hasan is bad in a different way. You're not doing yourself much favors, right? Or trying to paint yourself as an an unbiased person who cares about animals and pets. You see haters say that saying he pirated a video to distract people from the controversy? No, I did not see that. Never said I was not gonna lie about it like you. What have I lied about, chat? What if I said that was a lie? Explain. What have I said that was a lie? Be specific. The sub count? I said, what if I said that was a lie? Did you do a 30-hour stream? And I still will. At some point. All right, Chad, you got 30 seconds. You were very quick to say that I lied, that I'm a liar. What have I said that's a lie? This is my first stream. To be honest, you do have, but have you said you aren't biased? You said it. You said not going to lie about it like you. You must have a lie. You must know a lie that I've said. I'm not going to answer your questions. What is my lie? What did I lie about? Because you came in so confident that I was a liar. So confident. So confident. Now when I call you out on it, it's like, well, I just got here. I just got here. I don't know. I just got here. You can't come in here. You can't come in hot. You know what I mean? You can't come in hot. And then when you get caught out and be like, oh, I'm small bean. Okay. Please. I type slow. I type slow, please. Or he's hitting dabs. Sorry. Here's the problem. People just be saying stuff. It doesn't have to be right. It doesn't have to be correct. It doesn't have to have any evidence. They just be saying stuff. Literally just be saying stuff. So how can I believe a single thing about what you've said if you've shown that you can very clearly lie without any evidence? You should be saying stuff. Anything you say is more additional to what I say. I answer my question. If your next answer is not an answer to my question, I will ban you. What have I lied about? You've made the claim that I've lied about something, that I am a liar. Answer the question. What have I lied about? Perfect. As was demonstrated, they just be saying shit. He doesn't have an answer. Zero answer at all. Zero answer. No evidence. Just be saying shit. And when asked to back it up, nothing. Nothing. So how am I supposed to take you seriously, right, when you make a claim about Hasan, right, when you've shown and you've demonstrated that you can just lie with reckless abandon? Is it?
The people perpetuating these conspiracy theories already hate me. Everyone who spends any modicum of time with Hasan knows how much he loves that dog. Kaya is one of the most pampered and spoiled dogs in Los Angeles. Who knows why Kaya yelped that one day, but she is literally a dog. I grew up with dogs, multiple dogs, that worked as therapy dogs actually in hospitals. And sometimes if a dog steps on their foot or catches their nail wrong or something or just gets startled, they'll yelp. Kaya's also literally only yelped like that once, in all of Hasan's years of streaming. It's not like this is some regular thing. And also what's crazy to me too is shock collars, which are commonly used in dog training. They're not like tasers. They usually give a crawling sensation on a dog's skin. But the idea that Piker is somehow secretly abusing his dog and shocking Kaya until she's in pain repeatedly is just completely made up in people's heads.
I will still say that I still don't think shock collars are good. I think they're bad. That's just my take.
This is a dog that lives a life I guarantee you is significantly better than anyone watching this video. The idea that dozens of high-profile guests on Piker's stream and every single person who's ever spent any meaningful time with Kaya would all be involved in some secret, years-long, elaborate cover-up is insane. Like, literally, if you believe this, you have lost touch with reality. The entire thing is the most idiotic and deranged conspiracy theory that I think I've ever covered.
Also, nice bathroom thinking for the 22 months. If we have not, I'm thinking for the 9 months. It's not good, I'm thinking for the 27 months. Yeah. I think that's all of them.
This is literally like it's QAnon flat earther level shit. Nevertheless, the story has been weaponized by the far right to launch a multi-platform smear campaign against Piker. Laura Loomer has posted relentlessly about it. Tech founder Palmer Luckey is offering $100,000 to anyone who can tear apart Hasan's vibration collar, which I just want to say again, Kaya's like not even wearing in that original clip. She was just wearing her regular canvas collar with the AirTag holder. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Prominent Silicon Valley venture capitalists are weighing in. Posts pushing the conspiracy theory are among the most viewed posts of all time on subreddits like Livestream Israeli news sites have been mainstreaming the conspiracy along with a slew of low-quality SEO-driven outlets. Democratic influencers who are part of Chorus and the 1630 Fund's dark money influence campaign, like Suzanne Lambert, a failed comedian who calls herself a Regina George liberal, have also been pumping out this conspiracy. Even PETA has weighed in, though to be fair, PETA was like, Hasan said he doesn't use a shock collar. Like, what are we supposed to say? Piker has been subject to politically driven smear campaigns for years, but this latest manufactured controversy reveals a toxic new dynamic that I think will define the next era of the internet. Outrage-driven, Gamergate-style social media hate campaigns combined with the 24/7 video surveillance machine. Twitch streamers like Piker are the first to experience this destructive combination, but as more and more footage of everyone becomes available online, anyone who angers the wrong group could suffer a similar fate. And of course, all of this will be exacerbated by
Cinemarxism just subscribed.
Much appreciated. When Peter doesn't take your take a stance, you know your theory is cooked. Peter doesn't get involved, you know you have negative evidence. Yeah. Peter's like, listen, we know something about killing dogs, all right, and harming dogs. And Hasan's not one of us.
by AI. For years, we've been told that constant surveillance is a good thing, that it's vindicating. Silicon Valley executives claim that widespread video recording will prevent abuse, harassment, crimes, etc. This has led to the mass adoption of things like police body cameras, 24/7 video capture on our streets, and a sprawling crowdsourced surveillance machine on social media. Social media platforms are actively incentivizing this surveillance, prioritizing video footage and hours-long live streams over every other type of content format. Just last month, billionaire, soon-to-be TikTok owner Larry Ellison said that a vast AI-fueled video surveillance system would ensure, quote, citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. This comment is a perfect encapsulation of the delusional fantasy pushed by so many in Silicon Valley, that the surveillance state will be used for good. The narrative is seductive. If we could just see everything in 4K, disputes over what really happened would collapse, the thinking goes. If everything in life is videotaped and
Also, I was going to say, I've checked Hasan's VODs. I think the chatter was lying to me. He does not pull my tweet up from anything that I've seen. I've been lied to.
The boys are liars. The boys are liars. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see it. You're not looking at
Plant-based ham, thank you for the 2 months. I couldn't find it either. See, I'm telling you. Oh, the timing. What about the LA House doggo? Hey, Nitz, come here. Come here. Come here. Get up. Come here. Come here. Come here. No, you can't lay down.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Dixie28 just subscribed.
Ah, I got you. I got her. Ah. Hi. Hi. I know. Oh, you're tired. I know. I know. She was sleeping. Wanna go back to sleep? Stop, 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 stop. Why do you want to leave me? Hold on. People want to see you. I know you're tired, aren't I? Hey, look right there. Oh, look right there. Look. There. Yeah. Look at him. Look at him. See him going? No. You know why you want to leave. Why do you want to leave? Okay, now you're licking. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, she wants to go. Okay, I'll let you go. Wait, actually no, go right here. Hit it. Good dog. Good job, doggy. Alright, go to sleep. Or you can't see her because the chat's in the way. Hold on. There you go. Wait, hold on. Can I flip it, right? There you go. Oh, okay, there she goes. Oh, here. Hey. Okay. Hey. Alright. She just laid back down. She's wearing a straight jacket. Anyone got a dog to retain viewers? It's Shonda Black. Chill. What did you use to keep her on her bed like that? Apparently, not enough. She just left. She just got down. She was like, I'm done with this. She has a trademark husky yell. Yeah, but she never really uses it. She only uses it when she wants food and when she wants to play. Double it. I mean, 2 times 0 is still 0. So, like, yeah, we'll double it. We'll triple it even. Oh. Shower she with baths? I don't know. I haven't given her one yet. How about tacos? Thank you for the gifted sub. Have you seen bribing her with copious helpings of cheddar cheese or shredded cheese? I don't think she'll like that. You wanna come back up? Oh, she wants to come back up, chat. Hey, come here. I know. Ready? Oh, she wants to come back up because she loves me. And not because she wants my Dunkin' Donuts. Definitely because she loves me. Yeah, see, she's smelling all the love around me and not for the food. And she wants to go to my desk because that's where I spend the most time, but not because there's food there. How old is she? Like 4 months. Yeah, big 4 months, isn't she? I know. Good, Dougie. Good, Dougie. She's looking at her lips for more streaming? Exactly. Hey. Why is she trying to bite my face? Stop. Stop. She's trying to bite my face. She's like, cause she loves my face, not cause I just ate food, you know? Anything you want to say? How do you feel about Hassan shocking his dog, Kaya? How do you feel about that? Okay. Speak. Okay, she wants to get down. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, I'll put you down. I'll put you down. Go down? No? Okay, you want to stay like this? Okay. Is this comfortable for you? All right. Okay, I need to play the video though. Can you? Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, this is so inopportune. This is insanely inopportune. Okay, we'll just do this.
Archived, then the real.
I can't hear it now. How much bigger will she get? Like double this size. Maybe 1.75 times the size. Okay. She just laid down. Yeah, you can't see her. I also can't move the camera because okay. Go ahead. You use the bathroom? I got you. All right, be right back. I'm trying to spread the misinformation. Check my logs. Visiting my statement, I think it might have been denims. I watched some political content. Might have got confused. Oh. I was lied to.
The truth of these messy situations would be indisputable. But Hasan Piker's dog collar incident shows that this theory is catastrophically wrong. Almost no one is more surveilled than a Twitch streamer like Piker. He broadcasts almost every waking hour of his life. There are tens of thousands of hours of archived footage of him and his dog. When he leaves the house or goes out in public, fans videotape his every move. He documents his own life on social media too, posting videos across Instagram and TikTok. In theory, this should make it harder for bad actors to manufacture controversies. Such total visibility should make false accusations impossible. If everything is on record, then surely it would be easy for anyone to see the truth of the situation. But the opposite is true. Instead of video being used as a tool to debunk conspiracies, it's increasingly used as a tool to validate them. In Piker's case, this has meant that an endless stream of years-old clips is being repackaged and miscontextualized in order to further a politically driven hate campaign. The dozens of out-of-context video clips spreading on social media, racking up millions of views in some cases, have become a digital Rorschach test. Albert Fox-Khan, founder of the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project, said, quote, "We are always given the same lie that somehow video is objective. But the truth is that there's so much power in how it's interpreted and edited. Even the most trivial form of tracking, even someone's own Twitch stream, can turn into this weapon against them. Every camera is now a panopticon in the making." Josh Citarella, an artist and researcher who studies online communities and radicalization, put it this way, quote, "Conspiracy theories and disinformation are flourishing because endless video archives are available. So long as the video archive exists, people can cherry pick and make these new narratives. If the videos didn't exist or were closed, then the narratives wouldn't seem credible. The possibility of people finding disingenuous clips to piece together a false story in an even marginally convincing way wouldn't be possible. Because each new clip has the potential to go viral and every major social platform right now is incentivizing video, users across the internet are incentivized to participate in these crowdsourced forensic investigations. The hate campaign against Piker has already spawned a cottage industry of video analysts and Reddit internet detectives who have been pouring over thousands of hours of live streaming footage, analyzing every video frame and constructing elaborate conspiracy theories about what really happened. The cycle is not entirely new. The tactics being used against Piker are ripped directly from the Gamergate playbook. The goal is to isolate a target, manufacture controversy, weaponize social platforms and traditional media to spread lies, and orchestrate sustained network harassment with the eventual goal of making someone so controversial that they essentially end up bankrupt and deplatformed. But most Gamergate-style campaigns have traditionally relied on more text-based media or vague accusations about the business dealings or journalistic practices. Bad actors might use a few screenshots here and there or some out-of-context comments, but the doctored evidence presented in these campaigns hasn't traditionally been video in nature. That has all changed with the rise of clip culture. The proliferation of this new medium and the sheer scale of this anti-Hasan Piker hate campaign shows that we're entering a new era of the weaponization of the internet, driven by attacks where video has undeniably replaced text as the raw material for conspiracy theories. Albert Fox-Khan, again of the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project, which is awesome, by the way, said, quote, "With more footage being taken from more places and shared more widely."
Stop, she's eating her collar, or her, how'd you even get this? She's eating her harness. Stop. 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 This was expensive. Hey. 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 The harness off. Take off the harness indoors. No, she needs to get comfortable wearing it. You know what? Stop! Stop! She's attacking me. I'm being attacked. Stop! No, you must be content for my stream, but you must not do anything. Okay, I'm putting you down. I'm putting it down. I'm putting it down. I'm putting it down. Ready? Okay. There you go. For most critical to ignore H3's extended crash out and its influence on creator cash, I want to make a video about Hasan Kaya shows that what a bitch he is. I mean, yeah. She's gonna have the zoomies? Nah, she's eating her candy corn. Oh, excuse me.
Widely at a
She's
time.
Eating that would explain the chewing. Yeah, she's losing her teeth. She's lost, I think, 3, 4 already. Her big girl teeth are coming in. But she has like toys you can chew on and stuff. Not the harness. Hello.
Time where journalism institutions are breaking rather than being a way to bring us back down to the ground, video ends up just fueling these conspiracy theories. Influencers willingly monetize their own surveillance in order to turn their lives into content for profit. But if we continue down this path, the experiences of Twitch streamers will become more common in everyday life. The weaponized internet will merge with the surveillance infrastructure that we've built, and ordinary people will live under the same microscope as influencers do today. As the couple at the Coldplay concert this past summer, or the security guard at Charlie Kirk's Final Turning Point event likely realized, there is no way to opt out of this new system. AI will inevitably make all of this worse. Deepfake video generation tools are being rolled out en masse while media literacy plummets. Bad actors who are already comfortable manipulating real footage will begin fabricating videos of their targets or subtly altering them using AI. AI will also make it easier to search, catalog, and weaponize every video ever recorded. Finding all available clips of someone making the wrong hand gesture or wearing a specific color or moving their body in a certain way could be as easy as clicking a few buttons. If an influencer broadcasting tens of thousands of hours of his life for years can be successfully smeared by a single misleading clip, what chance does a regular person have when a few seconds of their life goes viral? What recourse do they have when they're unjustly smeared by thousands online? Institutional fact-based reporting outlets have been all but dismantled. And even when a journalist does debunk misinformation, like I'm trying to do right now, hello, audiences are primed to fall for narratives driven solely by whoever can post the loudest and clip the fastest. This type of video clip-driven harassment can be incredibly profitable. Platforms like X, TikTok, and Instagram.
Open present, thank you for the 25 gifted. 25 people will no longer see the ads that I will continue to run after making sure the ads are actually running. I think they are. Yeah. Huge W. We are so close to 1K now, chat. Right there.
Reward video views.
Also, Anonymous gift the Pokemon. How about Tacos? Thank you for the gifted sub. Jen Splain, thank you for the gifted sub. Daisy, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated.
With cash payouts. Bad faith actors can rake in thousands of dollars by posting a flood of context-free, shareable clips or dissecting video footage on a live stream. Any clip, no matter how benign, can be reframed in service of a particular narrative. For example, on Monday, thousands of X users falsely claimed that a sound made by Twitch streamer Austin Show snapping his gum was actually Hasan Piker pressing some sort of secret shock button. I'm telling you, this stuff is deranged. In other videos, bad actors simply
also, Actually, was the Austin clip new? Was the Austin clip, was Austin on the stream after this started in the first place? No, oh, it was an older clip. Okay.
Take any small movement by Kaya readjusting her position on her little dog bed as evidence of her being shocked into submission. Again, there's zero evidence of any of these delusional claims.
I like how this entire thing is predicated on thinking Hasan is just a masochist and gets off at shocking his dog. Right? It's just like, oh, see, she moved, beep. Oh, see, she moved, beep. Oh, see, she moved, beep. And if you think Hasan is a bad person, sadist, oh. Sorry. Please don't attack me, the BDSM community. Is a sadist getting off on shocking his dog. You feel me? Wait. Nick, you already got it out? All right, sure.
People have also falsely claimed that Kaya is forced to sit behind Piker throughout his entire broadcast like a prop, which is just an insanely false claim that can be debunked by watching any of his streams where Kaya frequently moves about or goes to grab water or leaves the room. The Piker controversy might read as mindless internet drama, but we desperately need people to start caring about these things and recognizing these types of incidents as the internet bellwethers that they are. We also need to be extremely vocal in calling out bad actors pushing these extremely politically driven lies about Piker and others. The fact that so many Democrat influencers, including Instagram accounts that even claim to be anti-disinformation, are pushing these grossly false, unsubstantiated claims as part of an effort to smear one of the most vocal leftists online is deeply disturbing. But that's what these centrist liberal influencers do, and that's why they're so dangerous. Just as with the original Gamergate over a decade ago, liberals—
This is a pumpkin donut. I ordered a strawberry donut. Sorry, it's not strawberry. What am I talking about? A blueberry donut. And he gave me a pumpkin one. They saved you from the blueberry. I wanted the blueberry. Is it good? It's not what I ordered. It's not bad though. It's not bad though. I don't even like pumpkins. Not bad. Think you're not gonna eat it? Well, if Grubhub support asks, I am unable to eat this donut. It's not what I ordered. Now you're addicted to pumpkin spice lattes? Get your Uggs. Honestly, I see the appeal. I see the appeal. I'll get it. I get it. It's tasty. I've never had pumpkin anything before. Would you order on purpose? The donut? Probably not. But like in a drink? You know? Maybe. I love pumpkin spice, but apple spice, apple cider. Apple cider is delicious. I like apple cider.
Who happily align—
Never had pumpkin pie? No, we don't do that where I'm from.
with fascists to attack leftists will blatantly repost and promote false far-right smears about leftists in order to launder them to a mainstream audience. It's pitiful.
We do sweet potato pie. Indeed. Indeed.
This cycle is pitiful. Meanwhile, we are—
No pumpkin pies in North Carolina? No, I'm sure that there are pumpkin pies in North Carolina, just not in the communities that I frequent.
all sleepwalking into
black.
a future.
All the black people knew what I was talking about. We don't do pumpkin pies. Your family ain't doing pumpkin and sweet potato. No, my family does sweet potato. We don't do pumpkin. All right, if you need me to spell it out, pumpkin pie is like not for black people. Black people don't do pumpkin pies. Pecan? Is it pecan or pecan? How do you say it, chat? Don't even know what pumpkin pie tastes like, as Bernie Mac says. Did Bernie Mac say that? Rest in peace. Speaker's choice. Pecan. 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 A lot of pecans. I say the latter. Pecan. The latter for Southerners. I also say both. It's both. I think it's pecan pie, but pecans. You know, if they're if they're outside of the pie variety as singular like entities, they're pecans. Centrist answer. Sure. You ever had pecan candy? No, because I'm allergic. It's pronounced peckin. Your test, do you say caramel or caramel? You hate caramel? I say caramel. I don't say caramel. What do you have at Thanksgiving or no Thanksgiving? Sweet potato pie. Caramel feels pretentious. Caramel feels pretentious? Caramel's cool. I don't know. I think I used to hear caramel sounds pretentious. Caramel. See, I got the exact opposite from two different people. Caramel sounds pretentious and caramel sounds pretentious. Honestly, I do think caramel may sound pretentious. Caramel sounds normal to me. Let me get some caramel candy. Nah. Ugh, I hated that. One has dairy, one doesn't. I think that's just for cream, right? What, pop or soda? It's soda. In North Carolina, we say soda. I fenced it on the caramel debate. I said caramel right there. Oh no, maybe I'm switching. Sody pop? I like sodies. Sodies! I say sody pop. Pop is a northern thing? No? Yeah. Sodies! Is a sody? It's a soda. I like sodies. I have a sody right here. It's a Sunkist Zero Sugar. If you say poppy, you're a loser. That's crazy. Slurpee or slushy, there are two different things. No? Everything soda is a Coke here. You say carbonated beverage where I'm from? Yeah, because you're insane. Hey, waiter, one carbonated beverage for me, please. If you would. What are you, freaking British? Refrigerator or icebox? Refrigerator. Icebox is a freezer. Ah, yes, very good. Oh, waiter, one drink of the H2O variety. Waiter, one beverage of suspended syrup inside of a carbonated CO2 solution. She's making noise over there. Oh, if you can hear her? Yeah, because she's making freaking noise. It's a shame I have to get rid of her. That was a joke, obviously. She's going to the boarding place while I go to TwitchCon. If she passes her temperament test. So apparently the boarding place that I'm taking her to has a temperament test to show her temperament. And honestly, I don't trust her to have a good temperament. She's an insane dog when she gets around. When she gets around humans, so she gets you. She's like all preppy and stuff. She'll walk like she's like dignified and stuff. Like she's dignified and stuff, right? Yeah, she'd be prancing, right? And then you're like, oh, what a good dog. And she'll like get pets. She's like, oh, thanks for the pets. She'll like lick people's hands and stuff, and she will never bite. She'll never bite, right? But ooh, if she gets around another dog, she goes ballistic. I gotta get professionally trained like Kaya. Do you think I can afford Kaya training? I think Kaya's training costs more than my tuition. Hey. There's nothing in there. You okay? Wanna come back up? Ready? Hasan boot camp? Or we go to Hasan boot camp, doggy? I know. You know, I don't even know if you can eat pumpkin donuts. So, okay, don't fall. Don't fall. Good? You careful? All right. Hey, that's my sody. Ah! She ripped my phone off the table. Why would you do that? It literally wasn't even a thing of food. Ah! She's attacking. I'm sorry. She's attacking me. I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked. Ah! Okay. Stop resisting. I'm sorry. Ow. Okay, I'll put you down. I'm sorry. Ugh. jumping. Ah. She knows how to. Hello? Oh, all right. All right, let's get the most out of me. Shut the run your life. I know.
Future defined by universal surveillance coupled with algorithmically incentivized online outrage. Our internet is devoid of any meaningful privacy protections, and video content specifically is being rewarded. Profit-driven tech platforms have ensured that bad actors and extremists reign, and we've allowed tech oligarchs to dismantle all vestiges of a shared reality. And I think we're really only beginning to see...
That Kaya stage everything should give you more attention from Hasan. You see this tweet? What was this tweet? Chat, you know what my response to the tweet's gonna be, right? Hasan's dog sitter Caroline Kwan claims Hasan is innocent and he didn't shock the dog. It's not a shot collar. I've seen the collar. Who decided you need to run a marathon? It's ban everybody who said that. Need to tire out Nyx? She'll sit down eventually. I do this every time Keemstar pisses me off. Have you seen the Papa Gut quote tweet of this? Who? Look it up. It's actually delusional. Nah. If someone wants to provide it, I'll think about looking at it. I'm not gonna go out of my way to look at a quote tweet from freaking Papa Gut. Yeah, let's finish this off.
The consequences of this new system. As Albert Fox Khan said, quote, "The lesson of history is clear. This is..."
Was that why Caroline Kwan streamed, kept having weirdos last night? No, it's probably from LSF, honestly.
Only going to become a more prevalent problem for more people as the technology continues to get cheaper and more ubiquitous. What might seem like the absurd price of fame today may soon become the inescapable price of participating in modern life. We need to start treating this problem like the existential threat to democracy and truth that it is. And that means demanding real accountability from platforms that profit off outrage. We need to fight the expansion of the surveillance state tooth and nail by killing surveillance and censorship laws like the Kids Online Safety Act. We need to fight against Section 230 reform and push for comprehensive privacy regulation. The profit-driven tech landscape that rewards engagement at any cost needs to be dismantled and broken up. We need legal frameworks that make intentional harassment committed with actual malice punishable. We need algorithmic transparency laws that force companies like Meta, X, and TikTok to disclose how their recommendation systems prioritize inflammatory or misleading content. AI developers and hosting platforms should be required to watermark synthetically generated video and audio content, and we should develop easily accessible tools to track when and how footage has been altered.
Honestly, it kind of feels like we're just like tagging things as they leave the Pandora's box, you know? As the untold horrors escape Pandora's box, we're just like, hey, can you put a tracking sticker on it so we know that it's from Pandora's box? Instead of just being like, I don't know, maybe let's not open Pandora's box in the first place, you know? Have you thought about that? Have you thought about like not opening the box? It'll be, that's like gonna, like, no, we're gonna open the box, but like we'll just make sure that when we open the box, we'll just keep track of where the things are going, maybe. You know? Maybe, sure.
No, this is self-serving as a journalist, but actual journalism and civic institutions desperately need investment. We need an independent fact-checking infrastructure that moves at the same speed as these viral
Gary
clips.
Livingston just
We need public
subscribed.
education
No
systems
obey.
that teach
Okay.
Gary
basic
Livingston for the 8 months.
media literacy alongside skills like reading and writing. For instance, members of the public, in my opinion, should all know how to like verify video footage, analyze metadata, understand concepts like algorithmic bias, and most importantly, understand and recognize how these manufactured outrage campaigns work. Of course, doing that would require for-profit mainstream corporate media organizations to stop feeding these outrage smear campaigns and laundering them simply because they're aligned with the far-right actors perpetuating them, but that's a topic for another day. More broadly, we need a cultural shift away from surveillance culture as entertainment. I've talked about this before in my videos, but if there's one thing you take away from this, please stop filming strangers for content. Do everything you can to fight against the surveillance machine.
Okay, to be entirely fair, like this is not an instance of filming strangers for content. Hey, Nix, if you get trapped under there, I don't know if I can save you. Thank you. She's trying to crawl underneath the bed. I just like, if you get trapped, I don't know. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong.
And most importantly, actually, stop sharing these contextless clips that fuel these manufactured outrage cycles. Even if you don't like Hasan Piker, like even if you think he's the worst person in the world, don't feed into this QAnon conspiracy crap. Call out people who you see online who are feeding into these hate campaigns too, because until we make it socially and economically costly for influencers who participate in these Gamergate-style coordinated attacks on leftists, this cycle will only get worse. As many of you who follow me know,
the car to save Nix, the instincts could cut in.
Oh, I'm also frequently subject to these bad faith smear campaigns. Thankfully, there's not tens of thousands of hours of footage on me yet, at least, but the exact same actors lying about Hasan Piker's dog collar regularly lie about me. These are not people with any sort of commitment to the truth. They've targeted my advertisers, and I literally have 0 brand deals right now, in large part because I've been deemed too controversial for brands to partner with. So if you like this video,
that's why they should partner with me instead. I also have 0 brand deals. I'm fully independent. And if you want me to keep doing this, potentially full time, chat, let's get those subs flowing, right? Hasan don't need them. Give them to me instead. Or you'll hit me up. True. Partner with Puffco? Who's Puffco?
I was about to go get the Henny.
Yo! See if I think for 19 bits? Tell Omega think for the 5, get the subs, and MP Shark think for the 5, get the subs as well.
I was about to go
break
get
1K.
the
He will one day. Trying to play gaming sponsorship win. What if I told you that I was supposed to do when I just forgot? If it was a smoking brand? Oh, I don't smoke. Can I? Will they partner me if I don't smoke? Guitar playing of Sean 2 now. Hey, if they want to pay me, give me some money. Ready Marvel Strike Force? Oh, you're right. Yeah, I think I had to leave. I had to drive instead.
Please support my work via the Patreon link below or buy a paid subscription to my Substack newsletter, UserMag, at usermag.co, where I publish bi-weekly internet culture news roundups. On my Patreon, I publish bonus content and host chats with my followers and do monthly Q&A live streams. I actually just did one on Monday. Every ounce of your support makes such a huge difference, and it really means so much to me. I can't thank you enough for like whatever support you can give.
Here, as I use bathroom, so I want to play this while I went to the bathroom. Here, watch this Chris Hayes video about she's making a lot of noise. Young Republicans. BRB. BRB.
Generation of Republican activists talk when they think no one's listening, and it's really ugly. Politico obtained more than 7 months of Telegram chat messages between about a dozen young Republican leaders in New York, Kansas, Arizona, Vermont. Now, MSNBC has not independently reviewed those messages, but what Politico published today shows the conservatives openly praising Adolf Hitler, making celebratory jokes about gas chambers and slavery and rape. For example, when the chair of Arizona Young Republicans asked if the New Yorkers in the chat were watching an NBA playoff game, New York State Republican Chair Peter Junta responded, "I'd go to the zoo if I wanted to watch monkeys play ball." We should note that when Politico asked for comment, the Arizona Young Republican chair declined. Junta claimed the release of the chat is part of, quote, highly coordinated year-long character assassination led by an opponent, I think a kind of internecine opponent, a fellow conservative. Out of 28,000 messages obtained, Politico identified 251 bigoted epithets in the chat. There were many more outrageous examples of racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, homophobia than we could or would want to repeat here. Here's the thing. These are not like, we're not talking about kids here. The age limit to the group was 40. Many chat members work inside government or party politics. One's a state senator. Another works in Trump's small business administration. Politico reports that since they began making inquiries, at least 4 members of the chat have lost their jobs or had job offers rescinded. Now, this kind of virulent hatred on display here has become quite familiar in Trump's very online Republican Party. I mean, all you have to do is find it is open a website called x.com, right? And you can see it everywhere. That one's run by Donald Trump's biggest political donor. Or you can see Trump administration officials and official U.S. government accounts on social media exulting in sadistic edgelord cruelty and celebrating hatred and prejudice. But now it's also becoming clear that the people who are running the Republican Party at the ground level are just immersed in this cesspit of bigotry. And also, it's not just, abstract. They're acting on it. I mean, this is happening at the staff level during the Republican administration that has been waging a full-scale war on civil rights law from the first day in office. Jelani Cobb is a staff writer at The New Yorker, dean of the Columbia University School of Journalism, author of a new book out today, 3 or More is a Riot, Notes on How We Got Here, a collection of excellent essays. And he joins me now. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
I mean, at some level, this is not surprising.
No.
Particularly because you can kind of see, I mean, it all sounds like stuff you see out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
But it does seem important to me that, like, to connect, the New York Times did this great piece the other day where they were talking about the highest levels of government and all of the officials of color, particularly black officials who have been fired.
That's right.
Lost their jobs. Yeah. Like, it's not really an abstraction.
Right.
This kind of bigotry and animus and what this government is currently doing. There, you see it right there.
Yeah. And also I would add to that, other things that are like patently obvious. We have had this incredible repressive attack on immigrants, even people who are in the country legally. These are overwhelmingly people of color who we see being thrown to the ground and yanked out of cars and all these. And at the same time, there's this curious benevolence toward white South Africans who are invited into the country. What gives?
Special status.
Yeah, special status. Like, how does that work? I'm old enough to remember the alleged S-hole countries. I'm old enough to remember when Hillary Clinton was pilloried for saying that Donald Trump had aligned himself with a set of people who would be considered deplorable. But we see this kind of language, this kind of grab bag of bigotries, the kind of dueling homophobia, misogyny, anti-Semitism, racism, like all of the kinds of worst traits. And it's been emboldened, has been facilitated by the movement, the Trumpist movement. One
of the things that struck me in reading this piece is, people, there's all sorts of private chats people have. And people, sure. I want to be clear that, like, people say things in private that are different than what they say in public.
Sure.
And all signs of people have private communications that would be embarrassing to be made public. But these people are, coordinating this in the context of a shared political project.
Right.
They're not like talking smack to each other about fantasy football.
Mm-hmm.
They are people with power and influence. And it really does strike me that, like, this idea, it has become an affirmative good. J.D. Vance was just posting, like, refusing to condemn them. The culture of the right now really does embrace this. It's
sure.
Whatever the opposite of political correctness is in their minds is affirmative cruelty and racism exalted.
Yeah, you remember when we saw the young woman who referred to the black child, baby, by the N-word, and then there was this massive wave of money generated for her online in response to being castigated for that. And so this is not uncommon. It's not surprising. The thing that I will say about that is this, though. We have a right to privacy. We have a right to express, ourselves among our friends and our peers in a way that we wouldn't in a professional environment, certainly, sure. But this is into the locker room talk territory.
Yeah, totally.
Where there are things that, are so outrageous that they should be concerning to you.
Like if I wanted to see monkeys play with the ball at the zoo.
Irrespective of the context in which it is uttered. And moreover, these are people who hold political power or attached to a political apparatus that impacts the lives of people, of Americans of various kinds of backgrounds.
I also feel like, I guess I've gotten in my middle age stodgy about this or something, but like, I think shame and taboo are really important. I think virtue signaling as opposed to vice signaling is important. And I actually think it's really important for people to be told by other people, hey, that's disgusting what you said. Hey, that's offensive what you said. What you have here on the right these days is a culture that is the opposite.
Right.
That revels in it, right? That like this sort of rebellion against censoriousness or DEI or you can't say anything anymore very quickly turns into we love Hitler.
Right.
As maybe originally a kind of ironic take, but then not so ironic the more you say it.
But I wonder if it ever was that.
Right, yeah, fair point. Yes,
because it's
I'm being charitable.
Right, but even when you say this, okay, it's censorship, you don't want to prevent people from being able to express themselves, sure. But what people are actually asking for is impunity.
That's right.
As in, you can say these things and there is no social consequence for them.
And that social consequence, in some ways, is like what civilization is made of.
Right.
Right. Honestly.
And so in my middle-agedness, Chris, I will see your demand for kind of maybe common decency and say that I believe that we should bring respect back.
Yeah.
Just a basic level of respect.
Jelani Cobb, a man I deeply respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So everyone right now is up in arms thinking that Hasan shocked his dog.
You could see him reach over, hits the thing, the dog fucking yelps.
Initially, even Hasan's community was starting to question, did he just shock Kaya? Did he just use a shock collar on stream?
He zaps the poor little dog for getting up, and then he says, "Why'd you make me do that?"
So what did he just do to that dog?
Today, I want to talk about something that's been all over my feed lately and has been driving me absolutely crazy. For the past week, the internet has been dominated by the conspiracy theory that Twitch streamer Hasan Piker abused his dog using a shock collar during a Twitch live stream. There is, to be clear, zero evidence that his dog Kaya was even wearing a shock collar during that live stream. Kaya is pictured wearing a canvas collar with a little AirTag holder in it in the original clip, where she yelped once after seemingly catching her nail on the dog bed. This led to a bunch of internet-pilled psychos crawling through hours and hours and hours of footage claiming that Piker secretly abuses his dog.
I'm back. Chat, Tectone blocked me. I found that out when I was on the toilet. Badge of honor? Who? You know what? You're right. But it's so funny. Because I didn't even they said this before already. No. I wasn't blocked before. And I know because I tweeted him 3 days ago or something like that. What did you even do? This was the last Tectone tweet I made. Which it shows is unavailable because I'm blocked. This is the tweet. Right? Where he mentioned me. He mentioned me. Right? And then I posted this Well, yeah, you can't see this. I don't know what that was about. I posted this 50 Cent meme, and that was literally it. And then I went and looked up Tech Tone because I was looking for a specific tweet that he made. Right? And I'm blocked. It's so funny because he posted this 12 hours ago. Bro blocks anyone who's telling the truth. What is this about? Tech-Toad? Tech-Toad? Screenshot that and tweet it. See, I'm slightly ahead of you, chat. A tale of two pictures? Guess I was telling too many truths. I didn't even have to be like right here next to each other though. Maybe I'll take this one instead. But like, twin. Someone got upset and blocked you. Oh, why though? What did I do? How could your bestie block you like that? I don't know. You're being mean. I literally said nothing about this man. You probably ratioed him so hard that he did it in shame. It wasn't even a ratio. I just got like 1K off of him. I guess that was too much. He doesn't even know who you are. No, he does. I don't know that because he DM'd me, begging me to take my tweet down because it was misinformation. I mean, since he blocked me, I guess I can leak the tweets now, right? I can leak the DMs. This is so funny. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. There. Bro, how can I best screenshot this? Twitter is so bad with its UI. I just want to full screen the messages. Bro, how? Okay, wait, I have an idea. Aha. This didn't really work. Wait. Hello? Did I break it? Hold on. Messages. Tech Tone. Okay, there it is. What was that? Hey, here's the my DMs with Tectone since he blocked me. This was after I made a tweet.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That called him out for playing Twitcher terrorist. Right. This was like a year ago. And he DM'd me, right? After my tweet got a bunch of attention. He said, "You tracking that image you linked from a game made by Dan Saltman that I was linked with no affiliation to? Or are you just farming updates on Twitter with blatant misinfo? Just wondering." And I said, "I never claimed you made it, but you entertaining a game called Twitcher Terrorist that compares Hassan to Osama on the homepage is why many people thought you were calling Hassan a literal terrorist. Was genuine. Me clicking the link to showcase that I thought it would be easy to differentiate. Your mindset is made in bad faith. The reason people think I said Hassan was a literal terrorist is due to it being clipped out of context and posted on a hostile territory and more creators feeding the fire just for fun. Come on, man." And this was on the 17th. And I responded 3 days later. I said, "Hey, twin, I'm so sorry for leaving you on red. It was actually my birthday. Don't worry about forgetting because I forgive you. Thank you for the stream shout out, by the way. Would love to collab next time I'm in Texas." And then he blocked me recently. So yeah, that was my by DMing back and forth. You've shown this before. I think I have shown it before. The twin saga. No, it's been almost a year since then. It has been. That he was filming at that one, yeah. And then he blocked me because I got a semi-popular tweet on him. It was kind of crazy. It is kind of funny to be like, to post yourself being blocked by Hassan, bro box anyone who tells anyone telling the truth, and then to have, you know, blocked me. I'm trying to think of a funny tweet to make about this. I already made my funny tweet. I could just do that. I'll sit on it. No caption might be the move. You think Hassan's reputation is cooked with the dog drama? No. No LOL. I would say exactly what he said. Oh, that's a good one. I like that. I like that. All right, now I have to delete my first tweet. Quick chat if you liked my first. Ugh. Ugh. I know you smell that doggy. All right, chat. You know what to do for this one. Anyway. Oh, the reason why I showed this is because I also saw the Papa Gut tweet that someone wanted me to see. Someone else was responding to it, but this was the tweet. The fact that these people are coming out in defense of Hassan is almost a guarantee that he's pressuring everyone he knows to come forward because he's terrified. And this is what's crazy to me, right? If people don't defend Hassan, it's an indictment on Hassan because, like, even his friends aren't defending him. And now that people are defending Hassan, right? Now it's like, oh, they're defending Hassan because he's pressuring him to. Right? And this is crazy, right? First, I have to say, no glaze. I always have to preface this by saying no glaze. But, like, genuinely, Hassan may be, like, the nicest streamer that I've met in person. Like, or nicest content creator that I've met in person. right? Genuinely. Like just going out of its way to be a nice person. When I went to the Streamer Awards, when I had like, again, 100 viewers, I went to the Streamer Awards and Selbit's community was being very nice to me and being very inviting, right? One, he still had me on the stream even after I didn't win, which was sick. But two, after I saw him at the Streamer Awards, he's like, come on, we're going to meet Selbit, right? Because you're blowing up on Brazilian Twitter right now, right? Completely unprompted. Like, it's just like, he's just a nice dude. How much he paid? Honestly, he should pay me. But like, that's separately for him being nice. Right? He's always been like very kind to me. And so I'll critique him, but I think it's necessary. Right? But I don't think he's like a grifter. I think he's genuine in what he believes. Right? I think sometimes he'll say stuff that's stupid. But all in all, he's a nice guy. Right? And so people like Papa Gut, right, don't understand this because they don't have friends, right? When you're a drama farmer and that's your entire being, that's your existence, right? People aren't nice to you. So I don't even think that this person is like disingenuous. I think that they're genuine, right? I think Papa Gut is genuine in believing this because he doesn't have anyone who's nice to him. Right? Like all he has is like his freaking mother who is hoping and praying the sound goes off in the basement. That's it. And it's sad. It's sad. It's a sad existence. Right? And I feel bad for these people that like they can't have a positive interaction with somebody. And it's like, you know, and somebody's nice to them without like wanting something from them or without being secretly bad or whatever. That somebody's just a nice person who does nice things for the people around them. I've seen Papa Gut get emotional in rare instances, and his supposed friend in that situation mocked him for it. What a community. You watch Papa Gut? All I know about Papa Gut is that he got banned off of TikTok for making an "if she bleeds, she breeds" joke. So, there's any indication about who this guy is? Maybe he's cashing in and making that right pivot into a grifting career. No, he's not cashing in. He doesn't cash in. There's no chips, right? He's a drama farmer. You know, that's just it. It's just when this is your entire content, when you look up Hasan on your channel and there is hundreds of videos, you know what I mean? Like, it's still going. Maybe this is like where it stops. Specifically. If you have like times he talked about Hasan or has Hasan in the description. Right? But here. We'll say from right here is where he stops putting Hasan directly in the title. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, this is not wrong. Other Hasan. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145. When you have 145 separate videos on Hasan, just with Hasan in the title, by the way, it keeps going. These are just videos with Hasan in the title, right? It keeps going where Hasan is in the description, you know? Or mentioned in the transcript. It keeps going. There's still more. It'll keep going. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy. You feel me? Everyone got food and you're still kind of something to do this channel. Sandra Anderson syndrome is crazy. Right wing content farmers or freaks. Yeah. So, like, it's not entirely surprising. You feel me? That this person like has this take and that he can't even fathom a world where like somebody is a nice person that people would want to defend. Right? Because in their worldview, Hasan is malevolent, right? He's a bad guy who's an evil monster. And so they see people defending Hasan as either wanting to get into his pants, either wanting to farm clout off of him, or who are being pressured into doing so. You know? Like Hasan is like pressuring people to defend him. You know what I mean? It's like, it's insane. You honestly can't fix people like this. You know? Does he actually believe this? Who knows? Who cares? You feel me? If it's bad for Ray right now, her quotes and comments are a mess. We'll talk about the Ray situation too. We'll get to the Poki Lily thing real quick, and then we'll get to the Ray stuff. But like, because Ray talked about I forgot what I was gonna say. Anyway, what is this? Oh yeah, this is the transcript of every time he set us on. Page 4. Okay, we're on page 4. Page 5.
Dislike, possibly even hate Hasan.
Whoa! Stop. Stop. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. That was the first. Okay. Oh,
Horrible. I love the loving the Hasan stream. Glad to see the chair. Yeah, incredible. I think
Bro, just 9 full pages of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Hasan Piker.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I saw him out there.
45.
I don't know. With Adam ruins everything.
Wait, now hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 60 per page, plus an extra 45. There's a little bit of math here. 60 times 8 pages. It's 480 plus 45. That's 525 videos. Oh, it's kind of at the top. Is it? Where do you see that? Oh, 524. Oh, right, because there's no video at the last page. Right there. Hey, my math was right, though. Yeah, I still got it. I may have graduated 100 years ago. Freaking Avatar. I mean, I graduated 4 years or 2 years ago. I still got math in my blood. Boom. Wait, okay. Okay. Indulge me. I need to know, how does Hasan factor into this video dating women by cosplay? Please.
What was that, Hasan?
Factor. It's not even necessarily.
Wow.
Piece. For me, it's the entertainment factor. It's not even necessarily about wanting to be a character or anything like that, but like the way other people react to you.
What was that, Hasan?
Factor. It's not even necessarily.
Wow. Luffy. That's Luffy? What is it? I don't care. Actually, don't at all. You know, I didn't know this. Apparently, this
Riveting content. I want to sort by oldest. Can I do that? Filter. Oh, sort by. Date old to new. 2022. This is also, okay, this is also Hasan misspelled. I want to see Hasan spelled correctly. If any more come up. "13 videos. Let's see.
has Hasan, and you could to socialist ideologies, and that we need to have less abusive foods, and you can get him to or her or has Hasan, and you could create a business model and that's like, oh, we use like slave-free chocolate and we create like a small community, or slave-free cell phones that like not iPhones, things like that. They'd be more expensive, but you know.
Okay, just an offhanded mention. Destiny removes Hasan dead dog of our side place. Angry Hasan viewers calls me a Destiny simp. For that, Hasan is unironically evil, 100% prove. Oh my goodness. I can't imagine this existence. I can't.
Hasan or Ethan Klein.
Okay.
But Hasan has us beat.
How fucking brain dead are you guys? And look at all these fucking horny.
I used to misspell Hasan's name because one of my friends spelled his name Hasan. Anyway, point being, I would feel bad for these people if they didn't suck. Wait, okay, hold on. I want to check me now. Sean. Sort by new. Oh wait, he reacted to me. Ethan Klein trolls Shonda's Civic with a petty jab at Hassan's harem. 15K views with 300 likes is not great.
Trolling Sean.
Daddy, who's Shonda? That's crazy. I don't think about these people at all. Like the car, I guess. You on his radar? That's crazy how many people I've just living rent free in their heads. Maybe I should move there instead of my apartment who's trying to up my rent. What is with the misspelling of your name? Racism. That's it. That's it. Again, don't ask Papa Gut why he got banned off of TikTok. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. I wouldn't even do it in the respect of watching the video. Just don't ask why he got banned on TikTok. Can I ask Sean why Papa Good got banned off TikTok? You can ask Sean, and Sean will tell you. Anyway, I want to get to the Poki stuff. Anybody have a link to it? So many bad bald man. Well, if you think about it, you think there are a lot of other bad people with hair, but you don't think about them because they're not bald. What's the Poki stuff? You want to be in the good graces with Poki? I wouldn't. What do you mean? Don't even know what I'm gonna say. So many bald L's. North Line is doing so much, giving a good rap. Poki didn't do anything wrong. No, I think Chatter's saying that if I talk about it, then Pokies would hate me, I guess, which I don't know if that's the case. Some Hassan fans had weirdest unhinged responses to this post. This is true. Right. I think they're, and this, I also disagree with them. I think they're primed to, like, you know, pop off at the defense of Hassan. Poki stands are crazy. They will twist anything. No, I don't think so. I think all stands are crazy and will twist anything. And I'm used to it. The issue is that they didn't want to post the Hassan ad because of the Hassan drama. We'll get to it. Right? Basically, Pokimane and Lily have the Sweet and Sour podcast, and they had an episode recorded with Hassan. And this is what was posted on their Patreon. Pokimane and Lily Peach Show announced that they have canceled their scheduled podcast episode with Hassan. It did not feel right uploading tomorrow's episode at this moment in this time. Oh, in time. At this moment in time. I can't read. Small update. Hey, Taste Buds, this is a rough one to write, but we want to give you a heads up that we are unfortunately going to miss out. We're going to be missing our first scheduled Saturday video tomorrow. We've been watching the recent drama unfold concerning our guests, and it's been getting intense. We've had a serious talk as a crew, and we all agreed that it did not feel right uploading tomorrow's episode at this time and moment. Wait, at this moment in time. I can't read. At this moment in time. Our community is our favorite thing, and the reason we do this is to create a space that is comfy as always, and a true escape. We do not want to impact this cozy atmosphere we've built together. Thank you for supporting our vision for a fun and positive space to hang out. We'll see you next week, Sweet and Sour staff. Really weird thing. That's really weird that staff can tweet that. Well, it wasn't a tweet, but like, it is weird. Signed by staff, not as Poki or Lily. Yes. But like, this is quite an in-depth statement. Right? It is quite an in-depth statement to write about, like, we've cultivated this atmosphere and we had a serious talk as a crew, and we all agreed that this was not the right time to upload this episode. No way that wasn't greenlit before sending, right? So we'll get to that. After this was posted, and even before it was posted by Dick Sardo, there were still people who were upset about it. A lot of the Hasan community members, right, and some drama farmers, obviously, were yelling at Poki and Lily, right, saying that they're fake friends. They're abandoning Hasan for caving to the right-wing mob, which critique is fine. Again, I think critique is fine. I think to a certain extent, I think a lot of people are, again, primed to jump on anybody they see as an enemy in this moment. You know what I mean? I saw the dog on Leftovers age 3. Which dog? I was yelling, yes. You have Ugg here and tell us oldies if Disturtle is like right wing or left wing. It's right wing. Right wing streamer drama. Post. You can get a new dog? Oh no, I do have a dog. She's asleep right now. Nick's posting on LSF. Nick's, why you posting? She's asleep. Hassan always stands up for people, and his so-called friends never do. I understand why people feel that way. I do think people got, you know what I mean? Or get very aggro on behalf of Hasan because they feel like Hassan's not being defended enough for them. Right? And I understand that perspective, but I think that it does come across as parasocial. Again, like what the tweet that I showed you, right? That I got. Not this one. This one. Not this one. Where's it at? This one. Right? Like they view my tweet as an attack on Hasan and they just jump down my throat. Being like, you're supposed to be Hasan's friend. How dare you? You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? But that's just how the viewers operate. And so when they saw this, right, when they saw this statement, they were like, oh, this is Poki and Lily doing like the Ludwig method, if you will, of like abandoning Hasan and not saying anything about the current drama or whatever. You feel me? Like, that's what people saw with this, the Ludwig method. To be fair, like this is like not even an indictment of Ludwig. That's just how people view it, right? Or sorry, I think a more apt would be like the trash taste method of like being scared of controversy, so like abandoning Hasan and not saying anything. They saw that in this, and then they started to pop off at that, right? Which is understandable, but I do think came partially prematurely and is done at the behest of Hasan without like Hasan directing that, right? They're doing it for Hasan. You know what I mean? I don't know why people assume he wants his friends to jump to his offense. I don't think they care, right? It's not about what Hasan wants and more about what they think will be good for Hasan. You know what I mean? Like, so that's what the original. Okay, can y'all stop arguing, please? Let me get to my point. Right? That's what the original reaction to this was. And so directly in, right? I just thought that they talked it with Hasan, so I didn't care much. So in reaction to that reaction, Poki responded and said, the episode was supposed to air as usual, but staff refused to upload it out of fear it would cause drama. And also posted this statement without my approval. Sorry, guys. We'll talk about everything on this week's episode and go on a hiatus afterwards to restructure. You know what I mean? So, staff have that level of control, huh? That wouldn't be surprising if it's structured, like in a cooperative style. I don't think it is, but it wouldn't be surprising if that's the case. But then it wouldn't be so easily restructured if that's the case, right? So I don't think it's that. But I think that because Poki and Lily are so busy outside of doing this specific podcast, they may sit down, record the episode, and they're like the owners, and they employ like management to manage it. And this technically fell under the managerial role, right? That they had. And like the staff had a conversation that didn't include the owners. Like when you have like an all hands staff meeting, you don't have the CEO of the company there. You know what I mean? It's you, your department, your team, maybe your boss, maybe if it's really bad, your boss's boss, right? But Jeff Bezos is not going to go to an all hands meeting at an Amazon warehouse. You feel me? Right? There's delineation of responsibilities so that the managers have the responsibility to be able to make, decisions like this. You know? You get pelted with piss bottles, true. The first fair was run by an entire podcast ingredient company that made decisions over Hassan and Will. Yeah. It's probably closer to something like that. And so they, for some reason, didn't talk to Lily and Poki before making this final decision, according to what Poki is saying. And they just pulled the trigger on cutting the episode. Right? Out of fear of the drama. Right? Which is kind of crazy to think about. Like that is absolutely wild. Right? It's like owning a restaurant and you're the owner and you're like one of your managers was like, "Hey, we're closing down the restaurant for the weekend for 4th of July," without talking to you. You know what I mean? Like theoretically, like, that should be a conversation that everybody is involved with, but would it be kind of crazy that like was just one manager, like the night shift manager, like, "Hey, we're closing down the entirety of the restaurant for 4th of July weekend." Without even talking to like the owner of the establishment. You know? Like it's that'd be something funny though, actually. It would be funny, right? that would be crazy. It seems like kind of a huge oversight to give them the power if they did. I don't necessarily agree. Right? I think she might have had told her manager that she was going to cut the episode and then blame him, like not maliciously, but just business smarts. Poki's pretty smart. That doesn't sound like Poki. That's not an option. Like it is possible that like Poki and Lily decided to cut the episode. The episode was cut. And then when there was backlash to cutting the episode, she threw it back on like the staff. But that doesn't necessarily sound like something that Poki would do. But I also don't really know Poki like that. So like how much I can speak to that is not that much actually. Without getting into like being parasocial. That seems more convoluted, to be honest. I don't think it seems more convoluted. It seems equally as likely or equally as simple as the staff going rogue, you know? But I just don't necessarily know if there's evidence to point to that. You know? That sounds too conspiratorial. Some things are simpler than they seem. Yeah, like it's I think it's more likely that just a rogue staff member pull the trigger on this, given the power that they were, you know, they were handed, as opposed to like Poki and Lily sitting in a boardroom with the rest of the staff being like, we're cutting it. Cut it. Stop the presses. Stop the presses. Right? The presses stop. The episode doesn't come out. They post a statement. And then they're still sitting in the boardroom like, oh, there's backlash. All right, blame Jim. He's the fall guy. You know what I mean? Dan from the H3 podcast says that it was definitely Poki who wrote that. Okay, what evidence does Dan have of that? Does Dan provide any evidence? Was he like, oh, based on what I know about Pokimane, this sounds like what Pokimane would say? He knows Pokimane as much as I know Pokimane, which is not at all. That would be like me saying, oh, Pokimane definitely didn't write this. Okay, we're at an impasse now. Two people who don't know Pokimane have said contradicting things. What are we doing? You know her more because you recognize her as your African princess? Okay, chill. I mean, technically I know her more because she follows me on Twitter, but you know, the point is like we don't know her. You feel me? That's so silly that Dan's like, yeah, no, reading this, she definitely wrote this, 100%. Yeah, this is definitely what Pokimane wrote. Sure. Wait, so, okay, so this was weird, because, like, Pokimane allegedly wrote this, but does that change, like, this, which we know Pokimane definitely wrote, right? This is coming from her Twitter account. This is on the podcast, on a podcast Patreon, and is signed the staff. So now, even if we imagine that this was wrote by Pokimane, who is, again, only half of the podcast, why would this be written by only Pokimane and not by Lily? How does Dan know that it was written by Pokimane and not Lily? It's the Sweet and Sour podcast. It's from Poki and Lily. Like, I'm confused.
Flanking Fred just subscribed. I know her flow and rhyme pattern. She did not write this.
Flanking Fred, thank you for the 7 months. Lily's actually Pokimane in a Lily suit. Are we all not just Pokimane in suits of our own, if you think about it? As Lily says, I don't know, actually. I wish Lily's Pokimane's stan. Hashtag we are Pokimane. This is funny because these are my oomphs. That's oomph. We're mutuals. I'm actually not mutuals with both Lily and Pokimane. So like I am biased. I'm glad she's firing the staff. I don't know about all that. Like, first of all, there's just restructuring happening. We don't know who's being fired. You know what I mean? But imagine your boss is like, we're canceling the episode, and then the district manager comes in and shuts down the entire store. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, I mixed my analogies up. Imagine your boss is like, hey, we're closing the entire store for 4th of July or whatever, and you go home, and then like the district manager comes in and is like, all right, because Johnny closed down the entire closed the store for the weekend, I'm closing the store forever. You need to go find a new job now. You know, you get fired because of that. Like, that's kind of crazy. gonna get blamed if they fire anyone, so they can't do that. No, they can, but I don't like. We're speculating with what restructuring means. You know, we're just speculating, and I'm not gonna get too deep into like speculating about like what does that mean and who's being fired and who like. I think that's outside of the realm of this discussion. You know, but the point is that I think that some community members, Hasan community member reactions, this statement was a little bit off base. And then people who are now coming at Pokimane for making this statement from the right wing side is also kind of crazy. Okay, this is kind of funny. Froggy Tonic made the exact tweet that I made, but like 4 minutes after me. That's right. I'm always first to market. I'm always first to market. Thank you very much. It's the exact same tweet. Wait. Did he steal my screenshot? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Something is suspicious. No, mine's more zoomed in. Technically, I think. Also, this is 141. And this is 140. Okay. All right. All right. It looks exactly the same though. Like it looks it looks identical. It's even framed almost the exact same way. Yeah, great minds, I guess. We'll let it slide for now. Yeah, we'll let it slide for now. Is that worse? Nobody did me twice. I still come back and like his streams. And maybe it'll happen again. Who knows? I also like this tweet too. Help me ratio Keemstar again, because I think it's funny. I think Sweet and Sour should probably feel embarrassed. Like the staff or Poki Lily? Is that being like 40 or something? I thought it was older. But your chat is a hard one to get banned from. I don't think it's a hard one to get banned from. I just have a very short list of like direct bans. Like if you do something, I will ban you immediately without looking back. Was a lot of fun before I got banned. I was banned. Yeah, Demi Charm was also banned. Demi Charm was banned. Honey Bunches of Ghosts was banned. There's a bunch of people who were also banned. Right. And if you're on that short list, like if you piss me off while I'm already pissed off, I'll ban you immediately. You know? Like, but I'll also let you back in immediately. Unless you're like a bigot, then like you're probably gonna be able to come back in like a week. You feel me? David Charm got banned. Jimmy Charm was banned for a long while. David Charm had 2 accounts that were banned. David Charm got banned twice, one on each account. I begged to come back. I don't know if I was banned. How do I check? You would just have to know. Let me check. Let me see if you were banned or not. Nope, no bans. You were just timed out 14 times. But those were all you doing Vanish. Sean Black is making his haters, his waiters at the table of success. True. I don't think I've ever been banned anywhere. Anyway, okay, so that's the Sweet and Sour podcast drama. How it relates to the Hasan drama. I thought Poki and Hasan were pals. I think they still are. I don't know these people like that. I'm sorry. I wish I can give you more, chat. I just can't. I know as much as you know about most of these people. So. Hmm. Yeah. When are you joining FaZe? Okay. Does anybody have the Anne Frank clip from Lacey? I still think Tectone Black after getting owned is the funniest. Yeah. The what? You didn't see the clip? You can't say Anne Frank clip from Lacey? That's enough context for me. I think an Anne Frank clip is something you don't want to have. You don't. This is true. I'm not linking a Yoxid link. Joda's not phase coded. It's so not phase coded. It's funny. Yeah, because I'm not freaking 12. Anne Frank. Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. If he made okay, so what he was saying about Helen Keller would make sense. He just mixed up Helen Keller and Anne Frank somehow. Not saying that I agree with it, obviously, right? But like the statement he made would have made more sense because I've heard that before about Helen Keller, right? Helen Keller is also real. I know Helen Keller is also real. But I'm saying that like I've heard people say that Helen Keller wasn't real, right before. So like that would make more sense if he was talking about Helen Keller. But he just mixed up Helen Keller and Anne Frank. How do you even make that mix up though? How do you do that? Because he's an idiot? Okay, that's fair. Okay. Some little kid watching this is going to school repeating it because their favorite streamer Lacey said it.
Okay, I talked about Anne Frank.
I'm sorry. Sina just perpetually feels like she's like, why am I doing this to myself? Why am I here? Sina's always at the scene of the crime. Sina is our lens into this world so that we feel like we're not crazy.
I don't think she's real. What?
Okay, I talked about Anne Frank.
He mixed up Anne Frank and Helen Keller. I've never seen that before. I've literally never seen that before. I've never seen that. I've never seen somebody mix up Anne Frank and Helen Keller. Who has the full clip? Who has the full clip? I thought this was like, I thought he was being for real here. Like I thought it was another example of like, bro, what are we doing? You know? Like, yeah, I thought he was doing Holocaust denial. Like I genuinely thought he was doing Holocaust denial. But like he's just stupid. He just mixes up Anne Frank and Helen Keller. I think Lacey is too stupid to do Holocaust denial. This is literally an example of him being too stupid to do Holocaust denial. Like quite literally. Like that's insane. That's crazy. And it's a lot funnier in context of knowing what he's talking about now. You know? Like I saw this, I was like, oh, this sucks. This is bad. This is gross. And now I'm just like, you gotta be joking. You gotta be joking. I don't think anybody has wrote the full clip. Oh, he posted it on TikTok? Wait, this is what I was talking about? No, this wasn't it. There's a full clip with Seta. Anyway, that's not the point. I want to talk about. Does anybody have the Caroline clip? Which one? The one where he talks about people. Hasan asks people not to speak out. Because that's what I wanted to play in response to this. I just saw it live. That's not particularly helpful. Thank you. I don't trust anyone with lumberjack beard. Not even Paul Bunyan. Sorry. Why was I gonna say Paul Blart? That's a different guy. That's a mall cop.
In rabid, wild people online. As I said the first day I talked about this, so one of the reasons too that he's like
both real. You're making fun of Lacey. Okay, at least I didn't mix up Helen Keller and Anne Frank. I only mixed up Paul Bunyan and Paul Blart. It's different. It's not the same.
Please don't say anything. Like I want you to.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Rabid, wild people online. As I said the first day I talked about this, so one of the reasons too that he's like, please don't say anything. Like I want you to, I'm trying to protect you by telling you not to say anything, is because it doesn't matter. It's not going to change.
Wait, he never said that to me. Bro, it's like, dog, I don't care about you. You gonna eat it. You gonna take it. You gonna accept the heat. You didn't tell me to, you didn't try to protect me by telling me not to say anything. That's crazy. That's wild. Fake friend. Man. I asked if I could say something and he tased me over the phone. Gotta be at least 1K sub, Andy. True.
What people who are incentivized to change, what people who are incentivized to run with moments like this and run this moment into the ground, who hate him no matter what, it's not going to change their opinions, and it just opens the door for insane amounts of harassment towards you. No matter what you say, you aren't going to change their minds. This has been like an ongoing thing. Anytime he's been attacked, he does not want people close to him to jump in, because he feels like then he needs to protect them from what is going to be the inevitable outcome of that harassment being sent their way. I mean, I get that too, because I have said this to Will before.
Yeah. So like this runs directly contrary to this, right? Where Papa God is being like, oh, Hasan is pressuring people to intervene on his behalf. This is something that people have said about Hasan for years. I've just never understood because I have not seen it. You know? I've never seen Hasan like intervene to pull other people into his drama. Right? I've seen the exact opposite. You know? This all days ago before they posted her clips on their page. Right? He literally does the opposite. Like, that's part of the reason why he left TYT. He didn't want other than getting harassed because of him. Natural shock therapy can erase memories. That explains why you haven't seen it. True. Why is Caroline apparently just a song dog sitter? Because they're misogynistic. It's misogyny. Trying to control opposition. True. Now a certain individual at TYT is doing the harassing. Has the Anna Kasparian jump into the fray? I will say, I think this would have blown over if it was literally any other week, but there's genuinely nothing happening. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing going on in like American domestic politics. Ceasefire? I mean, they don't care about the ceasefire. ICE, they also don't really care about that. I mean, as in like nothing that they care about. Prices still suck. The government's shut down right now, so they can't even point to like the government's doing this. Like, hey, look at the Democrats doing this. Look at the Democrats doing that. The government's shut down. You know, everything is happening. It's business as usual. Like, it just, there's nothing going on. There's nothing to distract the right wingers. They're all sitting inside, right? They can't fly because TSA is backed up and all their flights are canceled. You feel me? So they're just like sitting and stewing in their anger, and there's no treats to distract them, right? Marvel hasn't put out a new movie. You feel me? So you can't be like, ooh, Avengers. There's nothing. There's nothing right now. There's nothing to distract people from the woes of their life. So now they have to attach themselves to whatever drama they see sparking up on LSF. The Anna jumping on the collar? I don't know. I'm asking. That's the question that I asked. Really, with TSA and flying to Japan in 2 days? Yeah, chatter. You might still get through, but I'd say show up to the airport early. You know? Yeah, I just got into Pokemon cards though. W. People having a problem with Caroline, having a problem with me, I suggest you let that marinate. Or have a problem with me, let the marinate. People are even bored of the Kirk assassination, yeah. And so now they're just like, ooh, people are mad at Hassan, let me just jump on this. Like, honestly, and this was kind of upsetting, this is like nothing. Like, this nothing burger of a story has gotten Hassan more critique and criticism than like anything that Hassan actually did that's a problem, like lying about gaming consistently. What are we talking about here? You know, it is also funny that like people like Charlie, again, most people completely ignore Ethan Klein's direct Hasbro campaign and his harassment of smaller creators, right? But then like Hassan's story pops up that gets a lot of Reddit upvotes, and you're just like, that's mine. That's my story. I'm jumping on it. Let me add my hat to this story that's already been litigated through and through. But like Ethan Klein suing 3 smaller women creators and lauding his millions of dollars over these small creators, nothing. Right? Atozi will make videos about freaking 7 videos about Johnny Somali in his court case. Right? But like, you get nothing on Ethan Klein weaponizing the legal system and his millions of dollars against people who don't deserve it. But again, Hassan's dog is the you know, is the topic that he weighs in on. I think it's interesting. Once again, I thought YouTubers were against that type of thing. I did too. Genuinely. I did too. I thought YouTubers were against like large creators weaponizing their platforms against infinitely smaller ones that have a mere fraction of the audience size and the money of these larger creators. You know? I think they all hate him and we're just waiting for the opportunity. I don't even think that like Charlie hates Hassan. I think he's a clout farmer, right? And I think that sounds bad when I say it, but I think he just talks about things that like are in the media landscape. You know, that are being talked about. Not something that he finds important. He just talks about whatever everybody else is talking about. That's kind of his thing. You know? Has he sued you too? No, he threatened to do so. Just because he was bored, I guess. And to try to like yell at women. But that's about it. He admits he has nothing on me. You handle that well. People still say that like, oh, Ethan Klein terrifies Sean the Black with the lawsuit and he's super scared. Or whatever. Which, you know, let him believe it. Do you see Hassan finally is finally going on higher learning? Yes, I did see that. Yeah. How is Hassan pressuring you? You wouldn't want to know. There's also tribute this blowing up to anti-brownness, racists assuming that brown men abuse their pets. Yeah, that's part of it for sure. Um, but yeah. Did I play this one yet?
In rabid,
Bryce T, thank you for the prime.
wild people online. As I said the first day I talked about this,
Rice
so one of the reasons too
just
that he's
subscribe.
like, please don't say anything. Like, I want you to, I'm trying to protect you by telling you not to say anything, is because it doesn't matter. It's not going to change what people who are incentivized to run with moments like this and run this moment into the ground, who hate him no matter what. It's not going to change their opinions, and it just opens the door for insane amounts of harassment towards you. No matter what you say, you aren't going to change their minds.
Which I understand where Hasan is coming from with that. But I think the reason why this got so big in the first place is because people stayed silent for so long and allowed this base of basically, if you pick an acceptable target, whether it was Hasan, whether it's Frogan, Denims, myself, or whatever, right? If you pick an acceptable target, right, people allowed you to do harassment. So if you wanted to do harassment, just pick the right person. And I think people's complicity, right, when it came to people being harassed, allowed for that base of harassment to grow to get to the size that it is now, and why it's so damaging to speak up now. Right? If people stood against that when it was growing, when it was smaller, and then stopped people like Destiny or Ethan or Willie No Show or Boner Box or Papa Gut or whatever, like, if they did that when it was smaller, when the industry was smaller, it wouldn't have so much power now. It wouldn't have stopped. Though it's not about stopping them. It's about, removing their power. Right? They've been able to grow their power because it's been effectively a cash cow to be anti-Hasan, If you say insert X about Hasan, you look around and nobody's stopping you. You're like, Charlie's stupid. Rah, rah, you get attacked, right? Like, oh no, PewDiePie's stupid. Rah, you get attacked. You're like, oh no, Hasan's stupid. You wait, nothing happens. You're like, Hasan's stupid. You look around and nothing happens. Right? Hasan's stupid. And you realize that people are cheering you on now. And you're like, oh, I can say this. And nobody gets mad at me. Right? I can't say Charlie's stupid. I can't say PewDiePie's stupid. I can't say Mr. Beast stupid. I can't say insert X creator here stupid, because people get mad at me. But I can say Hasan's stupid, and I get applauded for it, actually. Right? And that's how we got into them. It literally is the Homelander meme. It's exactly that, right? And so now we're at a point where so many people have cultivated this audience of just anti-Hasan content that has just not been combated, that now they actually do have a level of institutional power, right? Now they actually do have, right, motion. You feel me? When everybody in the entire ecosystem ignores it when it happens, especially to smaller creators as well, not just Hasan, that the leopard will eventually eat your face too, right? You may not be first on the menu, but that's what we're seeing now. We see it happen to we saw it happen to Ray. We saw it happen to Poki and Lily with the podcast, right? We see it happen to anybody who's defending Hasan now, even remotely defending Hasan. You feel me? Because we didn't call out this culture when it was culturally a problem, when it was happening to Caroline, right? When it was happening to myself, when it was happening to Frogan, right? Like that's just the case. How many creators are still silent on Frogan, Denims, and Casey, etc.? All of them. You know what I mean? All, like literally all of them. They still aren't talking about them. Right? Because we've allowed these people to cultivate an audience off of this type of content.
This has been like an ongoing thing. Anytime he's been attacked, he does not want people close to him to jump in because he feels like then he needs to protect them from what is going to be the inevitable outcome of that harassment being sent their way. I mean, I get that too, because I have said this to Will before.
Yeah, I saw this as well. Right? She said something vaguely nice about Hassan. The amount of DMs I'm getting calling me a communist, dog abuser, and telling me to go back to China is absurd. I treat my dogs better than anything in the world. Spent life savings on my dog's neurology treatments. He has epilepsy. I was born and raised in the U.S. and I never talked about my political stance. It's actually mind-boggling. People truly need to learn how to be kind and have more empathy. The world needs more love and not more hate. Right? There. Over to y'all realize how psychotic this is. All I said was all I said since so many people were asking me, because I've been on this dude's Lover host years ago, is exactly how I feel. I don't have any positive or negative feelings towards him, and I have not watched his content much. From my experience with shot callers, which I'm strongly against, is that they are extremely painful even at low settings, and based on the video, the up did not seem like a shot caller was used. I have met Kaya. She seems extremely loved, and there wasn't a shot caller in sight. But since I made this tweet, people are already trying to hack into my account repeatedly. This is insane behavior. I will never support animal abuse. I am saying from my knowledge of shot callers and my interaction with Kaya, that the conclusions people are coming to are a bit extreme. Animal abuse is a very serious accusation, y'all. Yeah. I don't think Hassan is using a shot caller on his dog. Even if he did, I wouldn't care. Americans are too weird about animals. They care more about them than people. I disagree. I think you can care about animal abuse, and you should care about animal abuse, right? And I personally disagree with the usage of shot collars and electric fences and stuff like that. There are more humane ways of training, and those should be used. I just have not seen evidence that Hassan, used a shot collar on Kaya live. That just has not been proven. Reach up between shot callers and animal abuse still. I agree. Right? But I still think that there are better ways of training. Fences are for large farm animals, not dogs. You'd be surprised. Electric fences used to be huge for dogs. Not as much anymore, but as a delivery driver, I do not disagree with the use of electric fences, e-fences. Yeah. I mean, I get it, but like again, I think there are better options. Pretty sure my dad used an electric fence for our dog. My parents used to have an electric fence. Like I think if you need to use an electric fence for your dog, I don't think you should have a dog in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, I think that there are better usages of, or better training mechanisms for dogs to ensure that they are safe or safer. You know what I mean? But again, regardless, there is a big jump between that and animal abuse. And these people don't know about freaking, or don't care about dogs in the first place. I know my friend who doesn't watch any of his songs content brought this up and insists that a vibrating collar is just as bad. It's just as bad calling in a way to zap the dog. I legit cannot convince him otherwise. I hate Kibate is so insane. Yeah, because your friend is dumb, honestly. Like a vibrating collar or a rumble collar is not at all the same thing as a shock collar. I still think that there are better ways to train. Personally, I'm not a professional dog trainer, right? So like I'm going based upon just purely vibes. But I think that there are better ways to train animals that you don't need to have a shock collar or even a rumble collar if you have the time to train them well, right? I have a vibrating and shocking collar for my dog. I never use a shock function. If we were at a dog park trying to run away to fight, I definitely use it to protect her. Hey, the speculation on the collar is even a thing because he didn't do anything in the clip. Exactly. That's why I don't engage in like what the collar exactly was or whatever. Because I don't think he shocked her in the clip. There's just not enough evidence to prove it. I do still think that's not the little of not immediately disclosing the type of collar he used and what the limits were. But obviously there was never going to be given in good faith. Yeah. Are you going to train it yourself or are you going to get someone else to train her? Depends on how much money you guys give me at the end of the month. She's fine right now though. Good, Nix? I love that she's sleeping not on the pillow, but next to the pillow. You know? Good? Yeah, she's fine, I guess. I think the biggest purpose of the vibration collar is in case she gets too far from him and can't regain her attention when outside. I understand that. There are people who will admit it's not. There's a number of people who will admit that it's not proof of a shock, so they will hammer she's a prop narrative, which is also very silly to me because, like, again, if you have a dog, you feel me? If you have a dog, you know that dogs literally cannot go around unsupervised. Even the most trained dogs on the planet, right, cannot just walk around unsupervised. You feel me? There has to be limits and boundaries on where they can go. Right? It's a baby. It is a baby. It is a baby with very sharp teeth and very sharp claws and potentially that are very large and heavy. It is a baby that can do damage to things and people if you do not know exactly where they are. To do silly things like eat drywall or rocks. Exactly. Right? In Hassan's case, a Hassan-sized baby. Yes. Have you seen a video of dog trainer in Hassan's clip? Alright, Hassan's clip basically saying that Hassan is a good dog owner. I was looking for it. I can't find it. Do you have a link to it, chat? Or what to look up? What to look up? I saw it when I was traveling, but I didn't get a chance to save it or watch it. You just sent me a link to your followed channels, chatter. Twitch.tv/directory/following/channels. I don't know what this is supposed to be exactly. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Wait, why did you just have that saved in your Why do you just have that saved in your clipboard? Where are you possibly going to send that to?
The internet is.
Who could possibly use a link to like their, not your follow channels, their own personal follow channels? No idea, no in luck.
Absolutely fuming right now from a Twitch stream that the internet is absolutely fuming right now from a Twitch stream that went on from a creator named Hasan Piker for allegedly abusing
we're not
his
gonna look at the comments.
Dog live while on his stream. Now, of course, I thought who better to look at this situation, clear the air, and explain to you guys exactly what's going on. I'm a professional dog trainer. I work with behavioral cases, and I've been doing this.
Not good enough. Must be a communist. Must be a radical leftist communist. Professional dog trainer? What? No, communist. Easy.
Now for over a decade. So I figured, let's see if Hasan Piker did the right thing, and maybe he should be held accountable, or maybe the internet is wrong about this. Let's go into this. I'm going to react to this right now. My team sent me this. I know nothing about this guy. I know nothing about his dog. All I know a lot about is dog training, dog behavior. Let's get into it.
And communism.
His dog's behind him on a cot. She's like a chow mix. He can see her getting off here. He's annoyed.
Oh, but stop.
Okay. Corrected her. She yelped. She went right back into a down. He's upset, obviously. He's being a baby. She's being a baby, I think, he or she. So.
You're making her stressed.
Yeah, stress. Stress is, sure.
So incredibly spoiled from my, and she needs to literally have the same structured, regimented.
Okay, I agree with everything he's saying. We're gonna get into all of this. This is very interesting, especially for people who don't know anything about dogs, who don't know anything about dog training, and if this guy's on the line of losing his career or being banned from Twitch, this is very, very serious. So from a dog training standpoint, and
it's just so silly to think that like Hasan would, for essentially no reason, right? Is not serious. No, I don't think he's incorrect to be saying that, right? Like from what he sees, like I don't think he's incorrect, right? Like just walk back your preconceived notions about other people who are not Hasan chatter. I beg of you. Right? Because like what is true is that there is a lot of attention on this, right? And there are people who are trying to get him banned because of this. You know what I mean? He's not incorrect by saying like this is a very serious situation and there are serious allegations being levied here. Banned for what exactly? I don't know. Animal abuse? I don't know. Okay. But the truth is that there are people who do want these things. And so he's tackling it from that lens, right? To seeing if there are any, or if there is any validity to the claims being made. Right? You guys are so ready to pop off on this person for not immediately being like, Hasan's the GOAT. You know what I mean? Leave him alone. Or whatever, you know? Like he's talking about it from a complete outside perspective. You feel me? Right? But my point that I want to make about the clip is that it's silly to think that, again, for essentially no reason, Hasan was like, I'm going to go shock my dog on camera. Right? Hasan has corrected Kaya before. He's yelled at Kaya to go back to her place. I mean, yelled, you know what I mean? He's directed Kaya to go back to her place. He didn't need to shock her for literally anything other than like, you know, vibes. Right? If he shocked her. So he would have literally done it just because he wanted to. And if you don't like Hasan, if you think Hasan is a bad person and is evil, then yeah, it would make sense that you think, well, yeah, he's an evil person. I could definitely see him just shocking a dog for no reason. Right? Of course he would. He's a bad person. If you already think Hasan is a bad person. But for like normal people who don't have that already preconceived bias, right? Who sees this guy and sees that, like, no, he loves his dog from these other clips. It doesn't make any sense for him to just randomly shock her because he got a little bit frustrated. And he did not do that ever before. You know what I mean? That's just kind of silly to imagine. That's it. That's the way I view it. Right? As somebody who's met Kaya, as somebody who's met Hasan, as somebody who's seen Kaya, right? As somebody who's seen Kaya on stream and how he interacts with Kaya on stream, right? It doesn't make sense that like the first time that I see him use like a shock collar to correct her ever in the last 2 years of him having her is this one instance where she didn't even do anything crazy. But if you don't like Hasan, right, your thought process is not going to be, right, logic is going to be like, oh, well, no, I could imagine Hasan shocking a dog for no reason. So this makes sense to me. This is in line with my preconceived bias of what I think Hasan is, which is an evil, bad person. Right? So you don't need much evidence to prove that Hasan used a shocking device on her. Right? You don't need something to like, you know, be real. You could be like, oh, well, I don't like Hasan. Hasan is evil, right? I have imagined him, you know, being a bad person. This would prove that he's a bad person, so I'm going to believe it. Yeah, it's like that one Tariq Nasheed meme of like, when that one internet celebrity you've always hated but didn't have a real reason to do so does something actually bad, right? It doesn't have to be real, but everybody's saying he's doing something real. So you're like, yeah, of course he shocked her. Why would he not? You know what I mean? Tariq Nasheed meme is crazy. You know what I'm talking about, though.
Stress is
Literally
sure.
So incredibly spoiled from my, and she needs to literally have the same structured, regimented.
Okay, I agree with everything he's saying. We're gonna get into all of this. This is very interesting, especially for people who don't know anything about dogs, who don't know anything about dog training, and if this guy's on the line of losing his career or being banned from Twitch, this is very, very serious. So from a dog training standpoint, and I'll give you guys context as well. I used to be an animal control officer, and so I used to literally go to court for the state of New York to determine whether or not dogs have been abused, they've been neglected, they've been abandoned. So I am a very good person.
Also, and I want to say that like there is more evidence of Ethan abusing his dogs than there are of Hasan abusing Kaya. And even then, I don't think it's enough evidence to call Ethan a abusive dog owner, right? There's enough stuff that's like very weird about it. I mean, besides like the cheese stuff, obviously, but like the on-camera like behavior of Ethan, right, is definitely more in line with Ethan just having a flagrant disregard. Yeah, like a negligent, right? Like you can very much call Ethan like negligent of his dogs. Like his dog would just be pooping places. He's like, oh, okay, so it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, for sure, yeah. There's definitely enough evidence of that. There's a lack of care. You know, there's more evidence of that. But even then, like I wouldn't go as far as say like, oh, Ethan is directly abusive. Right? I don't know the man. That's for somebody else to determine. I think it's enough to call him negligent and a moron, but I think a good portion of American pet owners are negligent. I agree. I say irresponsible. That also works. Neglect is abuse, chat. Yes, neglect is abuse, but animal abuse is like colloquially means something very specific. You know?
to look at this and actually identify what is actual abuse and what is not. And of course, my experience with dogs, I'll go into what's happening. And so dog gets off the cot. Obviously, he's frustrated because the dog gets off the cot. Now, from what he said at the end of the video, that the dog gets off the cot, goes out and chews on stuff. Again, we have to look at this, right? Okay. Yes, the yelp, nobody wants to hear. Inappropriate time correction at that level, right? The correction timing, I should say, actually was perfect. The dog got off, he corrected the dog. The dog said, okay, fine, let's watch it again. Reaches the e-collar, correction, dog said, holy crap. Guys, this dog...
So he's even addressing it as though Hasan did actually use a shock collar, right? And even then, right? Even then, he's like, it's still fine, it's still fine. Right? Like, even then being like, you know, like, it's still like how you're supposed to, you call it not a shock collar? Okay, e-collar. E-collar could be a shock collar, right? It could be a shock or a vibration collar. It's just some kind of electronic collar that has some level of mechanism to correct the dog when it's, you know, when it's doing something wrong. E-collar is rebranding, yeah. Technically, it's more encompassing than just shock, but regardless, you know what I mean. It is actually a correct use of e-collar, but Hasan should have praised her and loved her when she got back on the bed. If he actually did, I still don't think he used a shock collar, right? I just haven't seen enough evidence of that.
This dog has already forgot about this. And again, from an animal control perspective, again, we never want to see dogs yelp. But guys, I've put dogs on collars and leashes, and I've been talking to somebody like this, and the dog runs at the end of the leash, and they hit the end of the leash, they go, ah! And they do the same thing.
This is true.
So, and as a dog trainer, we make mistakes. We're professionals. We're trained with the tools that this gentleman is using. And things happen, right? So abuse is showing up to trailer parks, showing up to houses, showing up to mansions.
Abuse also, right? Like most of the time is perpetual, right? It's patterns of behavior. You know, not all the time, right? There are instances where like abuse can be like, there are signs of things escalating early, and then it gets to like a specific level, right? So not all abuse is like continual, but like isolated instances cannot be taken separate from the context of like, oh, dog made a noise, therefore you're abusive, therefore you go to jail. You know what I mean?
And seeing dogs fight each other to the death because the owners are afraid to...
button at his desk where he streams every day so he can secretly shock her without anyone noticing his extending reach that he'd be able to leave. Honestly, I disagree with you, Chatter. Like, that's exactly where you would keep it. If Hasan spends all of his time at his desk, you would keep it on your desk. It's where you wouldn't have a... If somebody has a shock collar, you wouldn't have the shock remote in a hidden drawer away somewhere. You would have it for correction, right? Or you just wouldn't.
Be assertive. Dogs who are putting holes in kids, dogs who are hurting kids because the owners are not holding the dog accountable. That's abuse. Not feeding your dog for weeks at a time, that's abuse. Leaving your dog outside to die is abuse. Neglecting your dog, throwing your dog outside of a car, a moving car. I've seen all these things. I've written reports for all these things. Yes, that would be abuse. So let's look at some of the comments people are saying, responses from the world that I can react to. So the Observer, Uncle Mikey LA, he's lying, those collars have vibrate. So his response, just so you guys know, I'm gonna read it to you because it's important. You know, I'm not an investigator, but so he's showing off his collar, and the collar, he's saying, I'm just gonna watch it.
This is the one. This is the one that they saw.
Okay, let me see. Let me actually. I can tell you exactly if this collar has just a vibrate or not because I've used several e-collars. They are again, they're great for dogs who are deaf. They're great for people who want to enjoy their dog completely off leash but need to get them back when they call them back. They're great for dogs who have a bite history and they want to keep their dog alive instead of euthanizing him because maybe they don't like other dogs.
That is true, right? Wrong. No, I agree with the last one. I do agree. If you have a very aggressive dog that potentially was in an abusive situation before, that like legitimately will shoot other dogs up, right? Like, and it's either your dog gets put down or you have a more aggressive form of controlling them. Like I agree with that. Like you would, yeah. If the choice is like you either put down this aggressive dog who's only aggressive because of the situation that they've been put through, or you have a shock collar on them so they don't bite somebody again and then have to be put down and harming other people, then yeah. Simply vibe out the other dogs, yeah. Or you put a muzzle on them, yeah. Like there is, which people have also said is unethical. That's an extreme. It is an extreme, but it is a case that does happen, right? I said this on stream before, but I have a reactive dog that has a bite history. The only reason he's alive is because of the training we did with the shock collar. We don't use it still, but it was crucial when we did. It's not like harmful if we use it with a trainer and you understand the method. Yeah. Muzzle is worse on the animal, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I'm not a dog trainer. So I can't tell you like on a scale of like 0 to horrible which one's worse, right? But the point is that there are very extreme use cases where those things are necessary, and they don't imply abuse for just owning the item inherently, right? You feel me? But it's not directly like analogous to the situation in the first place. But there are cases where potentially it's necessary.
And there's nothing else that can really reach them where they're at.
That people are talking about. Okay, this is the one. This is the one that they saw.
The color Hasan showed has both vibrate and shock, according to what I was able to find from what he showed. But the shock function is locked behind prongs that Hasan had removed, and there's no reason to believe that he's ever used them unless you already think of him as some kind of bad person. Something like Occam's razor, yeah. And I will say my criticism of Hasan is just that like I think either as a way to like not placate to the haters, or for whatever his reasoning is that, excuse me, geez Louise, I think it would have been in a perfect world, right, to read a chat the day it happened and be like, why is she wearing a shock collar? And be like, oh, it's not a shock collar. Here, look at it. This is what the collar is. You know what I mean? Like I think that would have been the most perfect course of action to address it. In my personal opinion, but hindsight's 2020. Yeah, but he's getting those LSF threads every other week. I understand that, right? I get that. Like you can't address every LSF delusion, right? And I also thought that this wasn't going to be such a big situation, so he probably didn't think that it was going to actually end up on Fox News as Hasan the dog abuser or whatever. And so he probably didn't think, hey, I need to like properly address the delusions of LSF right now. Right? But again, in hindsight, that probably would have been beneficial, is how I view it. Good, Nixie? All right, she's sleeping. I take if she's not going out for the rest of the day, why have the collar on, to be honest? Like, why have a collar on? Like what do you mean? Like dogs, my dog has a collar on because she keeps the collar on. You know what I mean? She has her harness on too. Mostly because she needs to learn to love it and not try to fight it. Can we talk about having dog treats and kibble at the ready? What about it? They be naked without the collar? That's what I'm saying. Why would you take your clothes off for no reason? My dog has a collar on all the time. Only or I took it off to wash him. It also isn't like you kind of lose like the air tag functionality if you take the collar off with the air tag on it. So if Kaya does get up and then walk away, you know, you don't know where she is because the air tag is gone.
See it, buddy.
It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it. Are you happy? That's it. Good. There's the air tag. There's the fucking vibrator. It also uses.
Let me see
it.
It
Also has a flashlight component to it.
Let me see it. So this is what I believe is an eCollar Technologies eCollar. A good brand of remote collar. When we talk about, you know, again, the Spectrum, that has 100 levels. He just used the wrong.
Whenever I hear Spectrum, I hear I think of Dr. Mike when he says Spectra, talking about racial intelligence.
Level. I am not convinced that this only has a vibrate, because if he won't show.
This is the one. This is the.
So right now he does show the collar without the contact points inside of it. So I'll pop up a remote collar with contact points here. Sometimes I have them laying around here as we demonstrate people what they are and what they're meant to be used for.
This is the one that they saw. It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it. Are you happy?
Okay, so there's no contact points on this collar, and he could be correct because the eCollar Technologies remote collar, they do make a vibrate only, for sure, they do. And it doesn't look like there's contact points on this collar, which in that case, he would be correct. You can also take the contact points out of a collar, but it doesn't look like there's any holes in this collar for to even screw in. Very familiar with the brand, very familiar with the collar. AirTag, it's an eCollar technology.
It also has a flashlight component to it.
Yeah, we have to do the takedown, by the way.
At nighttime.
Oh, okay, now I can see why it was brigaded, because he was like, yeah, that makes sense to me.
And it also has a tracker on it when she gets lost. If she were to actually get fucking lost, you are able to, it emits a sound. Okay?
It's a tone. We call it a tone. He's probably freaking out.
He's like, actually, it's not a sound, it's a tone. This is a really good vid. It is a good video.
And I feel bad, man. This is the.
Where Kaya doesn't.
Okay, now I need to react to this. So now he's getting the dog back out and he's working on his place command.
Place.
The dog goes to his place.
There are days where Kaya doesn't wear a collar. There are days where she wears a different collar. Okay? This.
Turn the video back up a bit. Oh, yeah, I can. His video is fluctuating in volume a little bit, but.
Doesn't actually work in the way that you think it does. Okay?
You turn the tone up.
This is the.
So he's holding the remote collar receiver without contact points. And what he's, if
flashlight?
Let me just see if he turns it.
Okay. And this is when it vibrates.
If the collar he's showing right here is the collar that was on her, which I'm assuming he doesn't have multiple, he's not a dog trainer, he doesn't have these collars laying around. He's correct, actually, that he just used the vibrate function and the dog was corrected. Judging by what and again, I'm objective. I have no skin in this game. I don't know him. I don't know his dog. I don't know anything about the situation.
Yeah, but like, this is the problem, where it's like, what they say about like, oh, if you are not on our side hating Hasan, you must be on his side. There is no objectivity with these people. You know?
Just telling the people what's going on. That collar only vibrates. He is correct. Flashlight. And listen.
Press something? I don't think so.
It could very, very well be that the dog is extremely sensitive. He used the vibrate and the dog said, ah, that could have happened. Is that abuse? Absolutely not, right? That is a dog who is very sensitive, and I can guarantee you it's probably the dog again. You're sitting there and you're
reaching for a Zen. Oh, that actually makes more sense. I would believe that 99.99 times out of 99.99. I'm sorry. There is not a world there is not a world where I would not believe Hasan was not reaching for a Zen. I just like, if you know Hasan, even if you watch Hasan, and you ask any question, like, was Hasan reaching for his phone? The answer would be like, no, it was probably a Zen. Was Hasan reaching for, I don't know, a pencil? Nope, it was probably a Zen. It's always a Zen. Do you not see a giant tower of Zens sitting behind him?
Picking up the dog's poop, they run away, they hit the end of the leash and they scream. I've seen dogs like that. Shiba Inus are like that. Siberian Huskies are like that.
Niggs, you hear that? You're like that. She's not paying me no attention.
This is, I don't know, like a Chow mix, Akita mix. It's hard to say, but obviously this dog has spent money. He has spent time. Typically dog trainers don't just give this equipment out. And a lot of people are discouraged from other dog trainers to just go online and buy it and do it yourself unless you take, like I have courses on them and all sorts of different stuff. It takes a lot of effort into this. And I don't think he's has a training set up in his office, which obviously he streams to lots of people. So obviously he loves this dog. He's put training into his dog. So furthermore, guys, I don't think that this streamer deserves to be kicked off a Switch. I want to read some of the other comments that are going on that actually are happening within all of this happening. So let's just see what other people are saying in the comment section so I can kind of get, the feedback and again, respond to what people are saying. He's got a shock collar on the canine turned up to the max. When you use one,
that also makes no sense. Like, there's just no evidence of that. People are just editorializing and then people are running with it. There's zero evidence that, one, he actually used a shock collar, but two, that it was like turned up to the max. Right? So again, this is what we say about the goalpost moving. So now it's not even bad enough that Hasan uses a shock collar in their mind. No, he must use a shock collar turned up to the extreme max, the very, 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 very max. Right? Because he wants to hurt his dog because he's a bad person. That's it. That's literally it. It all boils down to, I hate Hasan. I think he's a bad person. So I will say whatever I can possibly say to make him feel like a bad person. He jailbroke it to get even stronger discharges? Yeah.
Especially a young canine, as a trainer will tell you, you're not supposed to do that because it inflicts pain and fear, which crosses the line in animal cruelty. So again, like looking at other comments, Hasan showed the collar he uses on his dog Kaya, claiming it's a vibrate-only collar. He denied using a shock collar and suspects that I don't think that the dog got caught. I think the dog's really sensitive. Some of y'all have never met Healthy Love Large Dog before. She is so happy to be in the same room as him. She will not wait till he's done working because she knows playtime, blah, blah, blah. Again, like you have to consider the realities here. Like if this guy said to a trainer, hey, I need to work for an hour. I need to stream for an hour. I want to be with my dog. I want the dog to be the place. He didn't do anything wrong. I think the dog was just sensitive. So these are my thoughts on this. But before you,
he's not. He's saying that he vibrated her with the vibrate on the collar. Right. And that's okay. But he's saying that if he did shock her, it would also be okay.
You guys go. I want to show you, I'm going to grab a remote collar and I want to show you what
LSF doesn't care. I mean, obviously.
the remote collar is and what could have happened. So play by play, what happened with this dog with a very similar collar so you guys know exactly what's going on. All right, so this is a remote collar as well, very similar to the one that he used. This does have stimulation and it has vibration and tone, right? So this is the tone. This is what he did from his video from the collar he used, is it was on the dog and then he used the vibration.
Freaky.
Which is exactly that. It's literally the vibration. You guys can probably even hear it. It is aversive. Dogs don't like it, that's the point. But I want you guys to understand, the dog starts to get off the bed, the dog goes, gets back on the bed, lays down.
We already watched Dr. Mike's takedown. We watched this one a while ago, chat. You gotta keep up with it. We were at the cutting edge of Dr. Mike call outs. So we already seen that.
Sorry about that, Dad. And if the dog is sensitive enough to vocalize and yelp because of the vibrate, that's really not on him. I mean, it sucks that it happened to the dog. I never want to hear a dog do that. And
dropped out.
I just am trying to be fair here because the vibrate is literally your cell phone, guys. Now the stimulation, just to give you guys context, like on this collar, this is the Dogtra e-collar. Like right now I can feel it at a 13. Like I can feel it. We train typically on a 3. We train a dog to come back. We literally train a dog just to answer the phone. So I just wanted to show you tone, vibrate, stimulation, all different things. If he were to use another, he used a vibrate only collar. And to be fair, like, I don't know, maybe he should just do it again just to show. I don't know.
Maybe he, have you considered the fact that he got his Boeing engineering brother to remove the PCB from the collar and remove the prongs and put the collar back together within the day so that he could show the collar with no prongs on well, have you considered that he did that instead? Which I also don't get. Why would he not just buy another collar? Hasan is a multi-millionaire. I'm sure he can afford to Amazon Prime himself a vibrate only collar if he so needed to do so within a day if he wanted to lie about it. Why would he not just do that? Why would he not just drive to the store and buy a vibrate only collar? Why are we like turning the exposure up on a screenshot of a 1080p stream to 11? People have claimed both things. Yeah, and I would give more charitability to the second one. I would believe that more than I believe Hasan is doing some MacGyvering on the collar to remove the prongs because he has something to hide. You know what I mean? As if thinking for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. We're talking about Hasan throwing Kaya off of a cliff or something. I don't freaking know. Appreciate it, Raid. W. Baldwin's goes thinking for the 5 months. It's either a shot collar with dots removed and covered up, or he bought a new one that's vibrate only. Yeah.
Just subscribed.
Which I'm just like, why? I cannot. I literally cannot believe the second one, or the first one.
Just subscribed.
I can't. If the prevailing theory was that he just bought a new collar, I'd be like, okay, maybe, you know, that makes a little bit more sense. It's literally that he literally cut the prongs off with like, freaking like metal cutters, sanded it down the prongs, and then put tape over it to hide it. Why would he not just buy a new collar? It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Prongs can just be taken off. No, the prongs still exist if it's taken off. They're smaller, right? But they're still like protruding out the PCB. There will be holes, right? In there, and there will be like small little connection points. The prongs screw onto bolts that cannot be removed. When people who have bought
I
the
live like a capitalist every single day, Shake. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
Trying to sub muted
iSpot
this time. I've never sub muted.
_XP0
I'm always
just
not muted.
subscribed. Sean is not self-muted this
Thank
time.
you for the
W.
4 months, Icebox Expo. There are people who trying to prove the callers, prove that he removed them. That wait, there are clips of people trying to prove that he removed them. That they couldn't. Oh, they couldn't remove them. Jeez Louise. It is in my mind about how broken people are mentally. How to do such hatred to one person ultimately, inconsequential to their lives. Red Scare propaganda. Isn't there also a theory the tape was photoshopped in the first place? Did he admit there was tape covering his phone number? I don't know. Have you seen this? But the tweet proves that he reached for this end. I don't even think you need, again, for me personally, I don't even think you need to move that or go that far to do it. I just don't think Hasan would shock Kaya live. I don't believe it. There just has not been enough evidence to prove that. Here, I want to see the full VOD here.
Don't straw man, please. Well, there's just no straw man. It's not a straw man.
Oh, this is the other one. I want to see this because there's no sound in this video, which is weird. The only sound in this video is the Zen click, right? Here, bring up full vid. I mean, go to Hasan's YouTube page. Idea of having a button installed on your desk to check your dog is crazy. No, they're saying he used the remote. This is getting ridiculous. Chad, we've been in ridiculous territory for the last freaking week, okay? We've been in the ridiculous territory for the last
But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
Okay. Okay.
Jesus Christ, what are you doing? Oh, just stop. Jesus Christ.
This is so stupid. I mean, it all is stupid. It is the same sound though, but like again, I don't think this is like proof of really anything. Just because like, what is it disproving? You know? Click comes way after too. I'm confused. I assume what the chatter is saying, or the tweet is saying, is that he reached for something. Kaya yelped. He stopped reaching, and then he slowly reached for the Zen, and then got the Zen, and then clicked it close afterwards. I don't freaking know. Again, we're so far off the point. You went to a right? Did you put a shot caller on YouTube? No. Ow. That sounded like a Zen cap, not a button. Again, I don't even think we're deep in the weeds now. Exactly. I don't think you need to go that far. Right? As the dog guy demonstrated, that there's like 7 layers of defense for Hasan here, but like it doesn't matter to LSF, and it probably won't ever matter to LSF if you think about it. But yeah, that's most of what I want to talk about today. Let me check and make sure there's nothing else. Bookmarks. Oh, okay. We can talk about Ray tomorrow. So I wanted to re-go over that. See the clip of Foreign Reckoning Raj Patel on Jason's stream? No. But I do have to go. Before I do go, say goodbye to Nyx, because she won't be here tomorrow. Hey Nixie. Hey girly. Come here. Why'd you yawn like that? Come here. Come here. What did Nyx do? Nothing. I'm not selling her. Stop. Come here. Stop. Don't lay down. Come here. Come here. Come here. You gotta stand up, girl. Don't make me lift you up. So you're heavier now. Oh, I got you. I got you. Oh, she won't sit up. She's just like, see, look at her. She won't sit up. She's just laying down. Ah, ah. Hello. Nom, 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 nom. Ugh. Hello. Okay. Stop. I can't defend myself. I can't defend myself. You have my arms. I can't defend myself. Stop. There we go. See? Ugh. Say goodbye, Nyx. Ah, stop. You're so adorable. You're so adorable. She wants to go back to sleep so badly. Okay. I'm sorry. Wait, say goodbye. Say goodbye. Anything else you want to say? Speak your mind. Speak your truth, girl. Speak your truth, girl. Let me get a free Palestine. Let me get a free Palestine. Yeah. Hey, stop. She's attacking me. Okay, I'll put you down. I'm putting it down. Stop. No, stop attacking me. Ugh. All right. Oh, bless you. Oh, that was a lot. How long ago was the surgery? Like 2 weeks ago. All right. She's going to the boarding place because I need to go to TwitchCon. I wish I could bring her to TwitchCon, but she probably won't want to go. Does she sleep at night on the road? Yeah, she sleeps very well. But I do have to go because she has to have to go to her appointments before I go. Any final thoughts? I woke her up now. She's making a mess. Hasan bad? That is true. Hasan bad indeed. Token, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Yeah. Hey, we hit 1300. W. Sorry, I got distracted. All right. And as you know, Hasan does pressure his friends to defend him. He also pressures me to raid him after the stream is over. Anything else, chat? Any final thoughts? I news it. What time is it? Okay, I have about an hour, so I have to go. He sends the raid or else he gets the collar again. True. All right. I'll catch y'all later on the flip side. Maybe tomorrow. Let me have to be checked out tomorrow. 6 a.m. Maybe tomorrow. Wait. I have to go to TwitchCon tomorrow. Should I stream from TwitchCon? We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Catch y'all in a bit. Goodbye. Goodbye. Say bye, Nix. All right. Don't say shock raid. Be normal, chat. If you say shock raid, I'll ban you. You're not gonna get this put on me.